I need to reset the tokens. Hang on. Hang on, just 1 minute. Really, though, ask yourself this, where else? Where else would you go to get live stream maintenance during a stream? I ask you that. The answer is probably a good number of places, because it's actually fairly common. But also here. Also here. Welcome in, folks. How we doing? Journeyman Paint Hour. You can see what that beast is printing over on my Instagram right now. That would be the drilling platform looking terrain piece. That's 1/3 of that bad boy. Oh my god, my STL command is incorrect. I'm so sorry. It's lying, because I haven't updated it since I was printing the cargo yard, which was really not that long ago. But I got started on another terrain set, and it is hard at work printing out the big pieces. Oh, Curl, thanks for the host. Aramac, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome in, folks. How is everybody's Thursday going? Otherwise known as the bastard spawn of a mutinous computer. Yeah. That's one of the reasons that, and I'm gonna let people know a couple of times, because we're gonna have a little stream break starting next week. It'll be the longest stream break that I've had since I started streaming in early 2020. Because we started January 2020, and I don't think I have taken a break from streaming for more than 1 week at a time since then. It's just been boom, 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 go, 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 go. And we're going to be taking about 2 weeks. About 2 weeks with no stream, which will be a time for me to get caught up on a lot of stuff. It's just, things just crop up. Things just crop up, and I'm going to need to have a few days in a row to get caught up on them. Do some stream updates. I got to kind of gut my office for a number of reasons, and that's going to be a drawn-out, shitty process. I need to crack open my PC case. Again, other than, for the last few years, I've been good about actually giving it a monthly cleaning, like crack it open, clean out the inside, but I need to swap out a few components, and I think I'm going to take the opportunity to actually add in a proper capture card and do a real assessment of my hardware needs, because I've just been kind of skating along and taping components onto it since we got started here. And I always like to take my time with operations like that. I need to split open the motherboard cases on 2 of my printers to do some things that have cropped up there. Oh, the list goes on. The list goes on. But yeah, we're gonna be taking about 2 weeks. They're through June. Also going to be a few things going on for me personally in that time period, and hopefully come back refreshed and cutting edge and synergy and teamwork and phrases like that. You know the ones I'm talking about. I should drink some tea. My voice is a little scratchy, isn't it? Like. Neither of those suggestions are going to happen, but I'll give you 2 guesses which one I'd pick first, O'Coral. Oh no, not at all, Data Nerd. I'll be taking care of that myself. You'll find out that even trying to go into my office, I snap at people. I'm like, fuck out of my office. Don't touch my things. It's gonna be terrible. Dr. Rhino. I'll tell you, that's one of the other things I'm going to be doing is, man, I'm not someone who has, like, or who has had in the last 10 years a good, like, sleep and workout schedule, and I'm going to take those 2 weeks and, like, try to put myself on one. My internal clock for sleep does really, really well. For whatever reason. Whenever time I fall asleep, I wake my ass up like 6.5 to 7 hours later. Somewhere in that window. I just wake up. I don't need an alarm. I don't need anything. I don't know where that came from exactly. I wasn't that way when I was in Army. I depended on my alarm. But now, for whatever reason, I'm just like 7 hours and I'm up. So I'm going to take advantage of that and try to schedule the rest of my days out, because they're pretty random a lot of the time, and it's starting to get frustrating, particularly with summer ramping. Like, I can get away with that in wintertime. In wintertime, it doesn't fucking matter what time I get up or what I'm doing, but summertime, it kind of affects the way my whole day plays out. Toe Bean Lord, welcome in. Good to see you, particularly at the start of the stream. Welcome, welcome. Hey, Double D's, good to see you, man. Oh, nothing much. We're just getting ramped up. I'm having a little tea. We're gonna do some oil painting here in a minute. Dr. Rhino there, make sure you go give him a follow. Got so much done today, I don't know what else to do. I think I'll draw. Yeah, do that. You should do that, as a matter of fact. I was just showing people, hey, look, here, look, Dr. Rhino. I'm gonna click a button, and you're gonna see a thing. Are you ready? Are you ready? Because here it comes. Oh my god, what's this? I mean, I guess I could go to this overlay too. It shows it up in the corner, but this is the biggest one. It's fucking gigantic. Yeah, we're gonna work on painting some space dwarfs. I've gotten some painting time in. Last couple of days. My throat's still a little scratchy today. By the way, my throat's still a little bit scratchy, so bear with me if I'm a little from time to time. I don't know what happened. It was just like a throat cold something. I don't know. Real sore throat. A couple of mornings there. Lost my voice that first day. That was on Tuesday. It was why I didn't stream. Just feeling bad is one thing. Sometimes I'll go ahead and stream even when I'm feeling kind of shitty. But losing my voice, that's no good. That's no good at all. It does. Childhood shock therapy made me the man I am today. It's not a tumor. I'm not going to do the impression, O'Coral. I know you want me to. I'm not going to do it. Hey, Watch Captain. Good to see you. Playing a bit of Skyrim before I work on the final piece for my newest collection of art pieces. Glad to hear it, Toby and Lord. I'll tell you, too, part of the other reason I want to take is, like, a number of reasons have all cropped up, but one of the other reasons I'm going to take a short streaming break is, man, I need a little mental health break from social media. I don't know about the rest of you guys. I don't know what streams you follow, what people you tweet, which tweeters twat at you exactly. But oh my god, lately, I was talking to Dr. Rhino about some of this the other day. I have an unhealthy relationship with Instagram, like, and it's only been getting worse lately, and I need to pull my brain out of that realm for just a little while, turn my eyes away from the screen and just focus on the art for long enough to just kind of reset, because that's not me normally. I'm the guy who's like, I don't give a fuck, I don't give a shit. Fucking who goes on Twitter? What kind of loser gives a crap what people on Instagram think? And then I'm over there like, let me post something. Let me refresh. Has anyone liked it? It's been 30 seconds. Let me refresh. Maybe somebody else has liked it. And I'm like, okay. When I find myself doing that, I'm like, maybe stop doing that. That's fucking crazy. That's absolutely insane. Between that and just following current events, I'm waking up in the morning just like, you know? Don't want any of that. None of that. I'm lucky enough that I've stayed away from TikTok entirely, Toby and Lord. I want to say I don't understand TikTok. Like, I get the appeal of it, and I'm just like, nope. Not fucking touching that. Let me tell you. But, you know, well, I'll take a little break. I'll get caught up on some things. Now, here's the thing. I'm not going to be gone. I'm still going to be on the Discord. I'm still going to be posting some things probably to Instagram. I'm just going to be probably confining myself mostly to the Discord. I'm still going to be getting some work done. I'll still be posting pictures. I'll still be answering questions. All the usual things. Just no streams for a little bit to give me that reset time, to let me get caught up on a few things, reconfigure some stuff in my office. Anytime I take my office apart, I'm always thinking about, like, oh, I want to stream tomorrow, and I want to stream the day after tomorrow. Maybe don't do, like, the big thing. Maybe don't take the shelves down, because then you won't have time to put it back out. I'm like, give myself some time to do those big things, you know? That, and I may be changing offices. Not in the next month, but in the next, like, 6 months. And if that comes, we'll probably have another short stream break, but when I come back, everything will be flashier and fancier, and it won't make any fucking difference to you at all, but the camera angles might have changed slightly. You'll probably notice that. Danger Gerbil. Oh my god. The Danger Gerbil. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. There we go, Journeyman Paint Hour. Maybe we'll do like a Storm Report challenge thing, like a before, after, or like a longer report for when I come back. Because just to catch up on what y'all
here
are
at Thunderhead
doing
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Every now and then, sewer creature, you just gotta. And like this last 2 years or so that I've been streaming, I mean, it's been the most integrated with social media that I've been in my entire life. And I don't know if that's a good thing. This part of it's been good, but it's prompted me to do things like reach out into other areas, like, oh, let's do a little Twitter, let's do a little Insta, let's do some more Facebook, and I hate it. I don't like it. I don't like social media for the most part. I like some of it, you know? I enjoy little bits of it. I like this. This is awesome. I like Discord for the most part, but like Twitter? Really? I don't want to do that. That's miserable. Too easy to get into the wrong side. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Just the reset. Just the reset is what I need. Because, like, yeah, if you manage it well, if you manage yourself well, is really the key. Manage yourself and your integration with social media, you can do fine. You can maintain that mental health. If you slip and you start to think about it wrong, it's like a it's like a horrible mental trap that can suck you down into really negative ways of thinking. You know, I've said it a million times, into comparing yourself with others, and again, I had this conversation a little bit with Dr. Rhino the other day, where it's like, getting frustrated over Instagram numbers is such a stupid thing. It's so dumb, because like Instagram in particular, the algorithm is not truly luck-based, but so obtuse that it might as well be. And like, if you're not playing the system, then you're not gonna see the and like, if you're chasing those little adrenaline hits, those little dopamine hits of like, oh, I got 100 likes. Like, it's that's a downward spiral is what that is. Oh, I feel that, Automat. Oh, I do. Take some time, maybe cry and scream in a dark room, make strange noises at night so the passersby hear you but can't tell what it is or where it's coming from. Just hide in a bush and kind of rustle it every now and then, right? Learn how to throw your voice. Oh, the bots are the worst. The bots are the worst. I can't even fucking... Half the time I get a notification on Instagram where it's like, somebody commented on your post. I'm like, fucking sweet, let's go respond to it, bro. And I go, and it's like, share this to art.8 million followers at fuckface. And I'm like, this is a report spam, block name. Like, 90% of the time, that's it, man. Merlin Models, good to see you. Welcome in, my friend. Fucking, that's the thing, though, Journeyman. It's like it's not strictly a bad thing. You know? You've earned those views by doing quality fucking work. We've seen Wild Mesh. They're doing Zerg-like NIDs for 3D printing next. I have not, Dino Man. Yeah, promo your art on my page. We can put your art in front of 6 million other bots. Like, aha, thanks. I'm really excited about that. I can dig that, sewer creature. Run off into the woods, you know, black out for a few days, wake up naked in nothing but shredded pants covered in blood next to a deer carcass. The essentials to center yourself, you know? There's a lot of fake shit out there, guys. There's a lot of fake shit out there on the interwebs, in social media, and this right here, this stream, just makes me so happy, because it's all been so weirdly real. For being on Twitch, for being essentially parasocial by its very nature, weirdly real. I love I love what we've made here. I love our little Discord that we have, where we share art and we comment on each other's work, and we actually give feedback, and that is so much more worthwhile than so many other avenues. And sometimes it takes someone like Dr. Rhino, like that man right there, to point out what I've got, to make me realize that, like, I don't know why I'm even thinking about that other shit half the time. Isn't it an elk carcass in Colorado? We got elk, we got deer, we have pronghorns, you know, antelope. We have a number of, what would that, what is that, like, species that is deer and elk? Because, like, bear are ursa, dogs are canine, cats are feline. What are deer? What are they? Does Hamburg Tack know? He might. He seems like he knows. He seems like a knowledgeable guy. I mean, look at him swinging those gift subs around, for instance. Hitting Toby and Lord, Guyver Ice, L Fire Spray, getting Mafik and Skull Fairy. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Hamburg. Cervidae? Curvidae? Oh my god, is that true? Hamburger, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Holy shit. Not only rocking that 1.5 year badge there for the subscriptions, but 200 gift subs? Oh my god. Hamburg. Hamburg, I knew it was a lot, man, but somehow we hit those double O's, we hit those nice round numbers, and it all comes crashing in on you. Good lord, so many gift subs. Hamburg, thank you so much for all of your support. Yeah, he just shotguns them out into the community. It's all about the RNGs. So Stockton Rhino hitting us with the blankie party. How you doing, man? Check your privilege. Yeah, no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's just, you know, it's easy to lose sight. It's easy to lose sight in this crazy, fast-paced world that we immerse our brains into. But I'm really, like, I'm gonna take 2 weeks and I'm just gonna pull myself out of social media almost entirely. I'm gonna art like a motherfucker. I'm just gonna be sitting in my room, just arting. Just arting. Just one after another. Art. You know? It's funny, because if you put an F in front of it, it sounds like I'm saying I'm gonna be farting. That's the joke. That's the whole joke. I'm not going anywhere else with it. I don't have anything to lead into. The whole joke is farting. I don't even know if I want to. You know, honestly, Data Nerd, I haven't been able to play any video games lately. I picked up that V Rising game, and that's one of those games where, like, everything about it is like, you should enjoy this. I dicked around it for like 30 minutes. I'm like, I'm gonna go sculpt something. Like, I don't know. I can't explain it. I'd rather make stuff. Right, Hamburg? We're probably at the top of the mountain. We've peaked. It just happened. If you're just coming into the stream, you missed it. We peaked a good 30 seconds ago. The fuck? Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I am excited for Obi-Wan. Hang on. I feel like I missed that comment. I just saw it slide by. Somebody asked me about Obi-Wan. It was before we got the gift sub storm from Hamburg. On a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you for the Obi-Wan show? That is difficult. That is a difficult thing to quantify. I don't know if I am excited for it. Like, I would describe myself as resigned to it. That seems accurate. I'm defeated. Is what I am. I have successfully broken up with Star Trek. We're done. But like, I've tried to break up with Star Wars, and I keep finding myself, like, I go for a long walk in the rain, you know, and I find myself standing outside Star Wars' door, just like staring at it and sort of remembering the good old times. And I know it's not healthy. I know it's toxic. But there I am. And now, you know, it's like a slot has opened up. There's a chance Star Wars is kind of looking at me again, you know, out the window, like, maybe. And I'm like, maybe I got a shot. Maybe I got a chance. You know? Maybe there's a chance. And then Obi-Wan's gonna come out, and I'm gonna be standing out there in the rain with my boombox, you know, playing the love ballad. I don't know how it's gonna go. I couldn't give a fuck if you paid me, Hamburg. No, I have not seen it, and furthermore, see, like, the Andor show is one that it's like, I really don't care. Like, I don't like Rogue One, I didn't like Cassian Andor, whatever. It might be good, I just don't give a shit about the character. Let's paint some stuff. Obi-Wan has got me because of Ewan McGregor. Like, that's it. That's the whole thing. I'm continually amazed that people want to listen to me whine and bitch and be edgy about things that they probably like. You know, whatever. if you're getting some out of it, you're welcome. You're welcome in. I'm gonna watch it. You know what I did the other day that's weird? So I have Disney Plus again because I'm gonna watch Obi-Wan. And Hulu offered me a deal where it's like, you can pay less money if you get Hulu and Disney Plus on the same thing. And I'm like, okay, I'll save a few bucks. I dropped Netflix because fuck them. So I'm like, I got a few extra bucks a month. Let's go ahead and let's re-up Disney. I didn't care enough about Moon Knight to keep paying just to watch that one show, but I was like, I got like 3 episodes left in Moon Knight. I'll go ahead and finish watching it. So I did over the last few days. And that show went fucking crazy. Can anyone explain to me what in the flying fuck happened in the last episode of Moon Knight? I'm still reeling from watching it last night. Not in like, oh my god, this is the most amazing thing I've ever seen way, but just in a like, what the fuck were you thinking kind of way. Like, I don't even know what I was supposed to take away from it. I expect Obi-Wan will subvert our expectations. Oh, well, if it subverts our expectations, that makes it artistically worthwhile in and of itself. The subversion of expectations is inherently satisfying, and so we will like it. By making Obi-Wan a background character in his own show. I kind of hope this happens. They're gonna Boba Fett him? Get Ewan McGregor to come back and make him like an extra. Make the show about, like, Dr. Evazan and Ponda Baba. I would love this. Like, I would complain about it, but I would secretly love it if this happened. Make the show, dude. No, you got Joel Edgerton in that show as fucking Owen Lars, right? So make the show about Owen Lars, and every now and then, like Ewan McGregor's just kind of on the horizon, peeking over some rocks, being a creepy motherfucker. Like the only interaction that we get with him is him being like, "Luke, don't talk to that weird old guy." If the strange old man ever invites you out to his hut to show you his lightsaber, you come tell me and Baru. That's the whole show. It's just a series of creepy, out-of-context encounters. Like, literally drops in from above frame. They're in the desert, there's nothing above them, and he drops in from above frame and says, hello there. Yeah, no, I'm into it. I'm down. See, eventually we'll go full circle with that now, Tanks. We're just doing what we expect is a subversion, when subversion becomes the norm, which is starting to get that way. Another personality surfaced. Yeah, the post-credit sequence gave him a name, and, like, I got that part. The part that I didn't get, oh, Coral, was, and, spoilers, guys, for Moon Knight. If you haven't watched it, I don't think it's really that big of spoilers because I don't think it's a particularly great show. Like, it's amusing enough. But some spoilers for the last episode. all of the Egyptian gods get their asses kicked by one lesser god, and then that god turns into a kaiju. And then has a kaiju fight in front of the Great Pyramids of Giza with a giant birdman who's giant for no reason that I can determine. They gave us a reason that the crocodile lady was giant. It was thin, but it was there. They didn't give us any reason that Birdman was giant. He just was. And then there was a fight in the city with Ethan Hawke. They briefly alluded to some interesting ideas about coming back from the afterlife and how difficult it would be, and Mark like going against the grain and defying the gods, but he just like stumbled from one reality into another, and everything he was looking for was right there in front of him, and he was like, oh, this is convenient. And then he grabs him, and then the door to the human realm opens, and he's like, let's go through that. Like, there was no challenge whatsoever. I liked the hippo lady. She was cool. I don't understand why her costume has scarab wings. I guess everything Egyptian has scarab wings, does. I guess if you're doing Egyptian superhero costumes, you can do, like, you can always make it scarab themed, and it's always going to be fine. I kind of wish it had been hippo themed. That would have been better. Where did that actress come from, by the way? What else has she been in? Because I think I've never seen her before, and I think I never want to see her again. I'm not entirely sure. That's their final form. They're natural. Oh, they're always kaiju, and they just turn small for our benefit. What? Why? Like, but Khonshu normally can't even be seen by normal people. So how did he turn giant and have a kaiju fight if he can't even physically interact with our world except through an avatar? You know what? I don't care. I guess my point really is that literally, I feel like none of that was indicated as a possibility by the episodes leading up to it. It just sort of happened, and it was so crazy. Wizard Oak, welcome in, man. Let me deglaze a little bit of my work here, and we can get started painting. I started my pre-glazing on these figures earlier. It was a full moon. Was it? Is that significant? Is that a thing? They never told me that. Something Infinity Stones. Sure, why the fuck not? That's as good an explanation as any, I suppose. He's the god of the moon. He's the god of fucking everything, as far as I can tell. The god of the night sky who can literally change the stars. Alright. I don't have a problem, I'm not the kind of guy who gets bent out of shape with things like, why did he have that power? He shouldn't have been able to do that with his power. I don't give a shit. If the story is good, I really don't care about the particulars. You can wave your hands in the air for supernatural entities and make them able to do anything you want. My problem is that, none of it seemed to follow from the previous episodes at all. It just came out of nowhere. Watch the show while loaded with Jägermeister. I mean, I advise that for most Marvel properties, just in general. Happy Heretic, that was, yeah, I agree. I don't know, I feel like Moon Knight kind of has the same problem that WandaVision had, where it's like, oh, things are starting to get compelling and interesting. I will say that pulling the Shutter Island, oh, maybe you're in an insane asylum, maybe none of this is really happening. Pulling that in the second to last episode is a mistake. You have to do that when your audience might believe it's happening, because by the time I'm on episode 5, I'm like, obviously this is bullshit, I'm not buying it. Wizard Oak, Deadzone, and Firefight are games from Mantic Games. These are models for those games. They both use the same models, they both have the same factions, the only difference is the scale of them. Deadzone is a skirmish game played with a team of models where your model count ranges from roughly 8 to 15 max. And then Firefight is more like squads instead of individual models, and it's played on like a 4x4 to 6x4, more like Warhammer 40k or another war game you might be familiar with. If you look on my Instagram, you can see On my Instagram, I think maybe
When
just on my
watching
Facebook.
Thunderhead's stream,
Oh.
you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Yeah, Yeah, alright. I posted some battle reports, though, for Deadzone. You can go ahead and see some pictures of it being played. We don't have any video yet, but that is something I would like to do. They are indeed one true cube. I've been doing a lot of Mantic lately. I did a whole GCPS army. We're doing Forge Fathers now. And then we're going to be doing Veermin, the rats, next. Which I'm probably going to be starting those during the stream break, but I have a lot of rats to go, so I'll likely still be doing them when we get back. I guess, ultimately, Moon Knight just left me fucking confused. I guess it was entertaining. It didn't really have a lot of Moon Knight in it. I don't know if that's... I don't want to level that as a criticism, because I don't feel like that's valid. I feel like you can have a good story without it being about nothing but the guy in the costume jumping around. I just thought it was... Like, I noticed there wasn't much of him in it. And they went way out of their way to introduce other characters. Like, yeah, I could have focused on him a bit more. Oscar Isaac's performance is fucking great. Like, that for me was the meat and potatoes of the show, was just watching Oscar Isaacs as Stephen Grant and Mark Spector. That was fantastic. He is a very talented actor, and I enjoy watching him do his thing. Running Wargaming Club next week, looking for new wargames for my guys. They're all Warhammer fans. Yeah, it's not difficult at all to transition from Warhammer into Mantic settings. Mantic has both fantasy and sci-fi games. Their sci-fi games are Deadzone and Firefight, and their fantasy game is called Kings of War. It's more akin to the old Warhammer fantasy than it is Age of Sigmar. They've got some nice models. Most of them are available in styrene sprues, and so are very easy to assemble and would be very familiar to someone who comes from Games Workshop. Some of them are in resin or PVC, but they tend to be hero models or older figures. They do more styrene all the time. They just released a new edition for both Deadzone and Firefight, and I highly recommend them rules-wise. They have a couple of kludgy things they need to FAQ, but the games are straightforward, easy to play. The models are relatively cheap. You can get a Battle Force for like $80. And they're good quality. I like them. If you don't count Mr. Knight, which I don't because it's a different person, for Moon Knight has about 6 minutes total. That sounds about right. You really don't. I expected more of him after they showed him in the second episode, but he just kind of never came back. I don't know why. I liked the mummies. There's a scene when they're in a pyramid and mummies are chasing them. Horrible, horrible mummies. And they, like, a mummy drags a dude into an embalming chamber and starts to cut him open while he's alive and starts to, like, pull out his organs and stuff them into, like, jars so he can mummify him. I was like, this is fucking awesome. This is great. Let's do, like, Egyptian-themed horror, please. What's her name? Layla has a brief fight with a mummy where she rips off its arm, like, so its forearm bones are sticking out, and it's like trying to stab her with its broken forearm bones, and I was like, this is fucking great. It ended inside of 10 minutes. I don't know. If I was making Marvel shows, it would be nothing but mummy fights. And no one would watch it. God damn it. What? You can't rack them up while I'm streaming, Dr. Rhino. We have to have boundaries. We have to have, like, a safe word or something. You gotta wait till I'm done. I'm switching solvents today. This is my same bottle, but I got, I've been using nothing but this huge bottle of super duper cheap white spirits that I got. I bought a liter of this Gamblin' Gamsol. This is their stuff that they recommend. It's apparently super fancy. I'm curious if it makes any difference. I've got a lot of experience with the cheap stuff. I'm gonna try this out until I'm done with it, and then I'll report back if it seems like it's worth the money or not. I love mummies. I think mummies are awesome, Sir Creature. Oh, Dr. Rhino, check it out. This part printed beautifully. This initial, I think I called it like a prospector. This prospector module, originally mine printed in 3 pieces before I realized I could do it in 2, so this is now a 2-piece print. But I added some final details to it. I'm going to be hoping to get this sort of, not entirely finished up, not the set finished up, but more of it finished up and get some of it painted during the break, because we've been working on some terrain to go with my space dwarfs. Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough, Deadzone. But this came out, I think, really, really nice. And then there is the shaft that it mounts inside of. I realize I need to have a piece that's just like a mounting rack, and maybe an arm for these, so that you can print a few of these and put them in a little rack and set them to the side like they've got a few of these ready to go. But then this is one of several center options for that central platform for the terrain set, so that you can have the same platform but switch out what goes in the middle of it. And we've got a few different options mapped out, but this is the first of them. Just sort of like a mounting bracket to fire this prospector drill down into the crust of whatever planet you're on. What do I want you to work on right now, Dr. Rhino? I need the pipeline detail sketches. The smelter/forge. The smelter/forge is the next building I want to make, since this building is more or less done, minus these central components, these modular options. Bring me pictures of Spider-Man! Yeah, no, that's exactly what I want, absolutely. Switch PLA brands, or is it my lights? Extra shiny in comparison to my usual one. Yeah, it's the same brand, but it's a different batch. I finally transitioned from my old 20 spools that I got from GST 3D to a newer group of spools. So they might have slightly changed it. It does seem... Yeah, I oil my filament with WD-40. It is a little extra shiny. But I think they just changed the way they made it a little bit. I'm excited to get this painted up. I think it's going to be a really cool terrain set. Like, with everything that I make, my priority is always on how fucking easy is it to play on and set up. But this came out pretty great, and I'm looking for alternative uses for this particular piece, because this is just fucking stupid. Like, this is so cheesy. I love crap like this. And because I'm a lunatic, I had to build in some things, because I was like, wait a second, if you fired a drill like this into the ground, and this part was digging, and it was rotating, and all your torque was here, wouldn't that just cause this top part to spin around, and the drill would do nothing? So I built in little things that look like they kind of fire out, and like anchor in the rock to keep the body stable as it drills downward, you know? Make it Hextech compatible. Not everything can be Hextech compatible. Oh, Coral, not everything. How you doing, Deadzone Podcast? It's good to see you, man. And yeah, that's another thought, too, that I think is a good idea. And contemplate this, Dr. Rhino. Deadzone Podcast was asking me, would this set be usable for Deadzone? And I realized that we should... I think for almost every terrain set, we should have some pieces that are based on that 3-inch grid build system that I did for the Arteus cargo yards. Because that way you buy the set and it's like you can build out a Firefight table or you can build a Deadzone table pretty easily. Like, it can go either way. I like having lots of options. Damn right, Rock. That was my other thought. Double D is making a bigger one. You know what? I'll make that an expansion. I like to store some ideas away, so it's like, if you like this set, if people buy this set, if you want to use this set, if the set does well, I could come back to it, and I could make, like, a larger drilling platform that's like one of the elevator drills that they use in Deep Rock Galactic. You know, a bigger drill with doors in it. We could do that. Probably not in the first set. What the fuck am I doing? Oh, I know. Radiant Lemon. Try a little yellow ochre. I haven't done that for these guys yet, but I think it might work for their undersuits. We're going to give it a little bit of a shot here. Put my 2 yellows next to each other. make some terrain for Revelations too. I actually am. I've been in talks with Rick Graham about that lately, and we're working on some stuffs that I will hopefully be able to show off late next month. No promises there. We're being very sort of prospective about it, but we've been talking. Went through all that when all I needed was a power drill and a disregard for my own property. Yeah, I'll just I'm gonna buy them from DeWalt, and then I'm gonna resell them marked down. It's a strange business model, but we're gonna try it. Well, I will say that this Gamsol does seem to mix a little bit easier without clumping up than my cheap-ass white spirits. Maybe I've been hamstringing myself with my oil paints. But I'm making conquest terrain, so... Steel Warrior, I don't think he's posted the hills that I made, which I need to get on him about that, because I made a couple pieces of Conquest terrain, specifically Conquest terrain. Very simple, just natural hill pieces, but that work well with gameplay. That I want to get out there, because I don't think people can buy them yet. And I need to bug him about that. I have 2 other pieces in the works right now. One of them stalled hard, but I want to try to get it done. And it stalled because it has a lot of organic parts. And it is a tower that I'm making for the spires, and I thought up like this whole thing behind it, where it's like, okay, so the spires they have all that bioorganic technology, right? And I thought like, okay, you might have noticed this, I like things like drill tanks, I like things like underground deployments, you know? And as much as I hated the Hobbit movies, I did like those weird worms that burrowed up out of the ground and disgorged orcs. So I came up with this idea for a spire's tendril that would grow out of a spire, move along underground, come up from underground. I'll give you a visual, just so you understand. This is the ground. This is nothing else, guys. This is the ground. That's what's being represented here. And this is a big, horrible worm, and this is the ground. Don't get any ideas as it pushes up and out of the ground. Like that, as the ground separates and yields to its girth. It's the ground. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you while you're thinking it's something else. And then, so the worm comes up out of the ground like that, and then it would have like these big nasty sort of diggers on the front, and then it would sort of splay out like this. And then the teeth would harden into place and become crenellations, and there'd be a sphincter right in the middle. And that would sort of open up, you know? And then you could have troops go and crawl out of said sphincter onto a big... I'm thinking like it ossifies once it comes out of the ground. Like it's all fleshy and covered in bone plates. And then it opens up. And maybe I should be talking to Sewer Creature about my concept art, come to think of it. I feel like he would love this. It's a neat idea, and it's just like I've gone through like 6 versions of it, and I haven't liked any of them, and it's stalled, but I want to come out with it. Yeah, the hills are done sort of like a Nidus worm. Yeah, in fact, very, very similar. But I need to go ahead and ping Steel Warrior Studios, because there are 3 hills I have designed specifically with Conquest in mind, and if they're not available yet, they should be, because they've been done for a little while. I'll ping him on that tonight. I'll make sure that they get posted so you can get them. Well, I mean, okay, alright. Alright, Sewer Creature. 3 lobes. It needs to be 3-lobed radially, is my thinking. So, like... There's and I'll get back to actually painting here, but there's the body of the worm, right? And then you'd have like sort of raised armor plates. And the idea being that it has to come out of the ground and then split open and widen. So you wouldn't want an armor plate that goes all the way around. You want separate segmented plates so that when it sort of leverages open, it exposes the fleshy parts in between. So you have 3 lobes of segmented back armored plates, right? And it should look like it comes up out of the ground, and then the jaws extend outward to create a flattened surface with a big fleshy part in the middle. And then that part sort of ossifies and hardens, and the plates along the bottom kind of split open as think like a snake swallowing an egg, but it's more like a snake disgorging vat-grown clone slugs. This conversation really got away from me. How did I get here? I don't know. And then it should have, like, sort of forward-sloped, like a plow-type face that hinges open, and then the teeth that come together become armored crenellations for the people like, you could then stand behind it and shoot a bow over it once this goes and sort of stretches out. No eyes. It doesn't need eyes, but I was thinking where the armor plates on the side leverage open, and I've got some really, really shitty versions of it that I've done, and this is kind of the final configuration that I've put together with the details not done yet. But the bone plates on the side, when they split open as the throat widens, that should expose more sphincters on the side, and then it should look like you're able to climb inside of that and kind of up out of the mouth, because it's a tower. It's a defensive tower. It's just a defensive tower that you would make if you had complete control over the entire form of a living creature. This is gross. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm talking about this. We have a bit of a photo dump Saturday night as we're doing a Firefight play day. Fuck yeah. Ooh, Deadzone podcast. I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I was thinking, like, there should be bone plates on it, but it should look like they've all been kind of leveraged apart by the musculature, so there's, like, sinewy bits connecting them, you know? Imagine Strix flying out. Wouldn't that be horrible? Like, I'm picturing it punches up out of the ground, it levers open, it hardens, and then it just starts disgorging Spire troops onto the battlefield. If you think that's gross, imagine what you have to do to deploy from one of those. You have to, like, march miles down the throat of a subterranean creature. Like fucking Andy Dufresne. But with more poop. Achilles Rain, good to see you, man. I'm curious what you come up with, Sewer Creature. I've got my own little sketches of it, but I'm not super happy with any of them. And I would love to see what somebody else comes up with based on my concept. I need more concept artists. I've been doing some work with Dr. Rhino lately, and it's been going really well. Concept artists are in short supply. It's a valuable skill set. Someone who can not just do concept art, but who can take artistic direction and make quick modifications. It is a rare but valuable skill set. Alright, let me pick up some speed here, because these guys are not meant to be long paint jobs. I've been able to do these guys so far with about 30 minutes per figure of work. Oh, we'll worry about that later, Sewer Creature. Motherfuckers always coming to me like, don't worry about paying me. I'm going to pay you money if you give me art that I'm going to use. You can just deal with it. That's just what's going to happen. Always appreciate the lurk, by the way, Achilles. Lurkers are the lifeblood of Twitch and all that. Now, I did one glowing hammer to test how it's gonna look. I think this looks pretty cool. I don't know about you guys. I managed to do this really, really fast, and I'm gonna kind of repeat it's not as good on the back. It's better on the front. But I'm gonna repeat this method on all the hammers in this force. I think that's gonna be the little extra bit of... Because I think this is great, too, because this is going to denote unit leaders. You'll always know where the unit leader is in a squad, because he's the guy with the glowing fucking hammer. All my money is butt plug money. Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough. We're such a charming bunch around here. Good to see you stepping up. My God, we had a fresh follow and a first time chatter today. He's gone by now. He's like, what in the hell is going on? He's already unfollowed. I guarantee it. I followed this guy and he started talking about flaming butt plugs and worms full of slugs and I don't know. Maybe I should. He's deleted his Twitch account. Maybe. Twitch was always a mistake. Yeah, it was really not terribly difficult to do with oils. I'm going to try to get to doing the rest of them tonight. And I double follow to make up for it. You're welcome to try one true cube. Would you want the hottest part in the middle or at the ends where you strike? You'd want it at the ends where you strike, but it looks better in the middle, DFW Twigham. That is a sacrifice that I make knowingly for the sake of just having it look the way I want it to. So mine glows from the very core. And I mean, like, you know, the outer surface of it is still glowing orange, so it's like, that's pretty fucking hot. That's hot enough to do some damage. I've got about, how many do I have now? I have 13 of these guys done up to this point. The last step I want to do on these guys is a little bit of work on their basing, and then I want to make their eyes glow, kind of forge orange/red. But this is just super simple, super quick. This is the standard, this is the look. Deadzone podcast, if you're in the chat, what are the Brothers of the Dark Star called? They have a name in the lore book. They're like the mysterious dwarves that dwell on the planet surrounded by black holes. Oh my God, Gear Falcon. Yeah, dude, fucking, what are you doing here? Like, go pass out. Activated Dwarvy Boy. Yeah, we're going full Dweghom in the Deadzone universe. Oh my God, Thunderhead, what are you doing here? Of all places, fancy meeting you here. Walter's Workshop, oh my God. Walter's Workshop, you gonna watch Obi-Wan, bro? We gonna watch Obi-Wan together? We gonna talk about it? What about you, Dr. Rhino? Dr. Rhino, we gonna watch Obi-Wan together? Are we gonna podcast about it? Are we gonna watch Obi-Wan together and then podcast with Walter's Workshop? Are we gonna watch Obi-Wan together and then podcast with Walter's Workshop and Matt Yee? Is that what we're gonna do? Guys, you heard it here first. We'll have the first episode on fucking Monday. No, none of that's gonna happen. That's insane. Why would you believe me? Picturing battlefields littered with smushed hammers that were hot and ductile enough to be flattened on it, right? I kind of always think that when I see weapons that are glowing red is, wow, that would be so soft. Like, you'd hit somebody with it and it would just like, crunk, just like flattened against the tank. Like, oh. I guess that's how heat works. Whoops. It doesn't have to make sense. See, the thing is, when I say stupid shit like that, Dr. Rhino wants to actually do it, so I think I might have just given him a heart attack just by saying it. Walter's Workshop, how you doing, man? It's wonderful to see you. Thank you so much for the resub, by the way. I realize I should probably mention that. You can call the worm whatever the fuck you want as long as it puts slugs on the field. Sphere, good to see you as well. See, guys, I'd be more upset with the fact that Instagram doesn't recognize my absolute brilliance if so many of my favorite painters that I follow on Instagram didn't hang out here in my chat. And that boosts my ego more than enough to make up for it. Walter's Workshop even TikToks, and I think that makes me cool by proxy. That makes me cool with the kids. You know? That makes me that makes me on fleek, I think they're saying these days. Or perhaps they said that 10 years ago. Hey, commissioned models are still model sphere. Now I need to paint a non-zero number of salamanders. Technically, that can just be one. Just saying. Should I go with basic bases, material, dry brush, and wash, or experiment with making styrene basing, i.e. trenches/cathedral floors? An interesting question, Avash. Let me think about that. What's the last... Okay. What are you working on right now, Avash? What's your current paint goal? What would these bases be going on specifically? And then I can give you an answer based on my knowledge of your past work. Oh, didn't get his hand. I am spending slightly more time on these models than I have the previous 12 because these are squad leaders. And I feel like that's a good way to do these models, is spend just a little bit more time on your squad leaders and then a little bit more time on your HQ than you do on your rank and file. For a Sisters of Battle Army, you want to try more techniques. Then I'm going to say up your basing game. I would say go with a simple paint scheme for your sisters. Don't overcomplicate their paint scheme. And put more effort into their bases. Think of the bases, in this case, as part of the model. And kind of limit your color choices and your detailing based on that consideration. That does sound incredibly stupid, Chris. I don't even get it. It's so stupid. There's a billboard as I drive into Denver. There are a few billboards. There's both the worst and not the best, but a billboard that I don't hate. Within like a mile of one another. And the first one I drive by every single time says, "Are you going to heaven or hell? Call this number to find out. 1-800-JESUS." It's not 1-800-JESUS, but it is a 1-800 number, and it's something like that. And it literally says, "Are you going to heaven or hell? Call to find out." It is one of the most offensive things I've ever seen in my life. And then as you drive a little bit further, it's probably a real number. As you drive a little bit further, there's another one that has Garth Brooks on it. And I realize I never looked at it. Yeah, how else would I know, right? Walter's Workshop. I'm so concerned with which one I'm going to. And there's another one though, and it has Garth Brooks on it, and I realize I never looked at it until my wife pointed it out to me. And I was like, fucking, I hate billboards. I thought it was like an advertisement for blue jeans or something, because I don't know, that makes sense to me from Garth Brooks, and it has a logo on it that kind of looks like the Levi jeans logo, so I just assumed it's a jeans advertisement. But all it says on it is something like, you know, "Hey, you should believe in yourself and you can do anything." And then the logo it's a red box and it says like, "Hope makes the world go round," or something like that. That's not exactly what it says. But the part that says hope, I just assumed it said Levi's. It's not an advertisement for anything. It's just a billboard with Garth Brooks on it saying, "Hey man, you're the best." That's literally all it says. It's so weird to have those two opposing messages so close to one another. Because the first one is just like, fear, panic, and then the next one's like, "Hey man, calm down." And then somewhere in there's another one from Oprah, and that one is selling something, and I hate that one. It wasn't until recently I realized there's some states in this country that have outlawed billboards, and I kind of want to move to one. I do indeed, O'Coral. I've been married for 15 years. Yeah, I don't really have a problem with Garth. Like, I'm not like a country fan by any stretch of the imagination, but Garth Brooks has always just kind of been there in pop culture. He's always seemed like a really down-to-earth, laid-back dude, and every time I've accidentally seen an interview with him, he's just like this pretty normal guy, which is, it's pretty cool. Seems like he never let that fame go to his head. But I don't really know. Maybe he's a secret asshole. Either way, the fact that his face is on a billboard that's just like, "Hey man, you're okay." I'm like, that's nice. We need more of that. Ugh. Yeah, we get those too, Walter's Workshop, where it's like on private property. You can't really do anything about that. I mean, theoretically you could, but for the most part, people aren't gonna. All the ones down here are, well, a lot of them were Trump 2020, and it tickled me to see how long it took them to take those down. He did a movie? What movie was it? So my scheme will be a blue armor and orange cloth. Inside of the cloth will be Ulthuan Gray or something else. We'll put out the test models by Sunday. I'm looking forward to seeing them. You always do great work, Avash. I'm very curious to see how this goes. No, some of them would take a good deal more than some M80s. Also, I'm way too lazy for that. Just let's call it like it is. I'm way too lazy for that. Some of them have, but a lot of them just stayed exactly the way they were and then deteriorated and then got taken down. I don't get into politics on this stream, and that is something that I'm very much intending to continue because this is not the place for it. as far as aligning myself with any given candidate at any given time for any given reason, because it's an inappropriate topic. And frankly, I think the world was better before I knew what so many people thought about politics, and now that I know, I hate most of them. But I will say that, like, I have never in my life worn a hat or a t-shirt or put up a sign expressing my excitement over, of all things, a political candidate. And it still blows my mind every time I see it. Like, really? Like, what the fuck? I don't care who. It's just profoundly tacky to do that. Hello, hello, Nocturnal Miniatures. Good to see you. Thank you so much for raiding in. You know, I didn't hate them as much as you might think, O'Coral. It took me a minute to realize that the joke was that they were like pregnancy burgers. A couple of those I would try. I'll try almost anything on a burger, if I'm being honest, though. You know, One True Cube, I feel like just a sign out by the road that has a candidate's name on it for the sake of, like, raising awareness for a local election? Okay, sure. You know? Almost anything else, though, is just like, really? Really? I mean, okay. I feel like I have... Oof, I miss the good old days. I never thought I would miss, like, the 90s version of politics as much as I do now. That's a boring subject, though. I don't want to drone on and on about it. Alright, let's mix in a little white. Where's my giant tube? There it is. The tube! Does anyone remember that meme? Does anyone remember the fucking tubes meme? The Samus Aran Metroid meme with the space pirates? Does that date me horribly? They were actual menu items from Burger King? That's a bold move. You know, here's the thing. Here's the thing, sewer creature. The phallic nature of many good fantasy and sci-fi designs is well recognized. The trick is making it look cool enough that the obvious phallic shape doesn't overpower the viewer necessarily. Like 90% of cool starship designs are just flying dicks. They just are. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. I mean, like, have you been to Washington, D.C.? We literally have a giant dick that commemorates one of our most famous original presidents. I say, embrace the phallus. Oh yeah, I guess it wouldn't be for a while that you gotta look at Samus as a girl when you died, when her armor broke off. That wouldn't be until, like, Super Metroid, I suppose. Do I remember Walter's Workshop? I still have those. I don't know where, but I still have, I think I have a Togepi gold-plated Pokemon card. I used to have the Pokeball that it came in, too, but I think that's gone now. We have too many slogans, Kursala. We can't, no. The slogan queue is full. We're not adding Embrace the Phallus. If you want Embrace the Phallus, we're going to have to cycle out into Sucking We Find Purity. I'm going to let these all sit here for a little while and then come in later and gently blend them out to take out some of the chunkiness. Which is the nicest part of working in oils, is that you can really be just kind of sloppy like this. And then just blend it out a little bit later once it's had a chance to cure slightly. Oh, I remember Pogs. Oh, I remember Pogs, Gear Falcon. You want to know? I can tell you precisely when I was playing with Pogs. Through a small anecdote, if you want to hear it. It's not even really an anecdote. In fact, it isn't. It's not really a story at all. I had a slammer that I was very, very pleased with at the time. And on that slammer was an image of O.J. Simpson. And on one side, he was smiling, and it said innocent, and on the other side, he was frowning, and it said guilty. That's when I played Pogs. I mean, to be fair, that's when everybody played Pogs. In case anybody's wondering about my logic of painting this part of the model first, this is something I was telling to Sehul Penu on the Discord recently. Paint from the inside out. Paint the deepest part of the model and then work your way out to the outer parts of the model, and that way you'll never muss up your paint jobs. These dwarves don't have a lot of this soft kit, which is why I kind of focus a little bit on it and want to make sure I get some bright colors in there, because otherwise you just won't see it. They're very small. I mean, I guess that's a central feature of being a dwarf. Had a Power Ranger Slammer. I wish I still had my whole Pog and Slammer collection, man. See, now, I didn't have any of the original Milk Caps, Gear Falcon. I had some of the Pogs that were designed to look like Milk Caps because it was retro and cool. I'm sure you remember the ones I'm talking about. Beards are also a feature. Have you seen the Deep Rock Galactic Tabletop Minis yet? I have not, but every single one of my flamethrower dwarfs has a beard sticking out of his helmet. Look at it. Look at that beardy son of a bitch. Some of these guys, I don't have any of the helmets on these guys that have it, but there is an optional helmet for these dudes that has a big armored beard on it. The Huskarl, the leader, kind of has an armored beard kicking. Yeah, they're taunting the flame. That's kind of how I thought about it, is they're like, it's the worst idea to have your beard sticking out around a flamethrower, but they're also the psycho dwarves who walk around with tanks of fuel on their guns, so they're tempting fate. Old asbestos whiskers. Just found my Pogs and my original Pokemon cards. Mr. Zealous, seriously? Dude, if you've got them, take some pictures. I would love to... Guys, I want to see your Pog collections, okay? I want to see them. You got a Pog collection? You know where it is? Show it to me. I want to know. I want to see. I missed a spot on this guy with my yellow ochre, so I'm going to come back. Alright. Hit him with some white. Did you have the bomb? Do you guys remember the bomb slammers? Which were like straight up fucking cheating? Where's my water? Merlin, you made me realize my water is all the way over there. How silly. Show us when you started becoming a nerd and or geek. I wonder if I could nail that down to a particular time. I don't remember the first time I watched Star Wars. It's one of those things that's just always been with me. I might have watched RoboCop before I watched Star Wars. It's possible that the roots of my nerdery actually lay with RoboCop. And I'd be proud of that if that were true. And the original Zelda on the NES, on the gold cartridge. To be truly legit, though, they would have a picture of you blowing into the cartridge to get it to play. Greetings, fellow humans! Don't blame me, I voted for Kodos. What's up, GM Kaylee? How you doing today? Shoulders on the mend. I'm glad to hear that. Injuries are zero fun. Oldest memory of geekery is being a small child in a dark room, frightened by the sour noises and flashing lights as my mother played Phoenix on a ColecoVision. Ooh, that is some time ago. That is some time ago. I can say that I think I would probably trace, I would say, this brand of geekery, because I've had this conversation on stream a few times where I'm like, oh, it's the first time I did, like, models. And I've told the story about the Warhammer store in Sterling a number of times. But the oldest memory I have is playing Hero Quest by myself in my room. That was probably the first time I handled, like, miniatures. And that definitely started something. And then I got a copy of The Dark World, and then I got Battle Masters. I remember I got the Battle Masters set on a trip that we took to Medieval Times. They had it for sale, like, in the gift shop on the way out, probably marked up way beyond what it was worth. Is anybody else in on the Warzone Eternal Kickstarter, by the way? I might have gone in for... Yeah, there's a Kickstarter going for it right now, Walter's Workshop. I might have gone in on it for, like, $400. Excuse me. Throat's been a little scratchy. Could not explain my Necron/Dweghom purchase and that to the fiancé. Well, God, excuse me. That's probably smart, Mr. Zealous. we have to limit ourselves sometimes. The good news with Kickstarters like that, though, is it's doing well enough that it's very likely going to hit retail, and then you can sort of piecemeal it, you know? Just get, like, just one squad at a time of, like, Bauhaus or whatever it is you're going in for. Wait, is Bauhaus a faction? Bauhaus is a band. What's the German faction in Mutant Chronicles? And why did I think of Bauhaus? It's something like that. Mr. Zealous, thank you so much for the follow. I'm mostly excited about the Necrotech motherfuckers. They've always been my favorite in that setting. Let's grab a nice soft brush here. I should have more tea. I probably will here in a bit. A couple of quick blends. Oh, wait, I missed this guy. Let me do him and then I'll do the quick blends. How about that? I'll do a little OSL off these hammers too to help sell the effect. Just a little bit of red glow on the hands, maybe on the helmets, if they're close enough. Mr. Zealous, how long you been playing Conquest, my dude? Bauhaus is the faction? Okay, so I wasn't completely wrong. I was just confusing myself because Bauhaus is also a band. I said it and I was like, no, that's a band. That can't be the name of the faction. The corporation. It's been a long time since I've played Mutant Chronicles anything. I think it's been a while for most people. It's exciting to have them back on the radar. I don't like this song. I'm not okay with this. Thumbs down. There we go. Ooh, Walter's Workshop. That was some time ago, huh? From the Kickstarter, led by the four ancient families of Duke Electors, Bauhaus is a tradition-bound corporation intent. Wait, do I have to do that in a German accent? Bauhaus is a tradition-bound corporation intent on maintaining an appearance. I'm doing like sprockets. That's not a German accent. That's like some Bavarian bullshit. What is that? Und possessing the wherewithal to back it up. Gold-braided uniforms and military titles as a measure of the Bauhaus's status in the corporation. But rarely are these only for show. That was awful. Yes, it's a region. It is a regional accent, Gimishkar. It's getting down towards the more sing-songy, hoogity-floogity dialects. Whereas I think Bauhaus would be more of the northern German, real harsh kind of accent. Like, it's getting down towards, like, Austria. It was very sprockets. I like you, sewer creature. Oh, fuck yeah, Nocturnal. I'm looking forward to it. Been following Parabellum for a while, just got a new job that has made it possible to jump into wargaming beyond the odd kill team. Mr. Zealous, that's awesome, dude. Now, are you getting back into wargaming after a hiatus, which finances often dictate? Or is this, like, your first time really going in? Because skirmish gaming to wargaming is definitely a bit of a jump. It's a logical one. Now, my knowledge on the subject is very limited, I confess, but it is my understanding that the Bavarian accent is much closer to Austrian And it definitely has more of that high-pitched, sing-songy nature to it. Now, I mean, in fairness, in that region of the world, like, dialects and accents go back a long ways, and the borders on the maps changed a lot back in the day. Tried 15 years ago with 40k, but didn't stick to it. Saw too many cool new things going on in the space to not jump in again. So first full jump into full-scale wargaming. That's an interesting choice, I have to say. As a first leap into wargaming, Conquest is an interesting choice, because Conquest is kind of old school. More modern fantasy... I'm gonna sneeze. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. Like, Age of Sigmar would be a more modern... I don't want to say, like, updated or innovative, because it's not, but simplified fantasy gaming. Going in on Conquest is a bit like jumping into, like, old Warhammer fantasy battles. Which, I respect the shit out of that move, man. That's a real fucking power move. Personally, I think it's a better game than Age of Sigmar. But I like old things. I'm a big old gaming hipster. Wer are the Klugelbanjos? Yeah, that sounds like something that's... No, that's not a thing. A forever dwarf player, so I have Dweghom, Karanon Overlords, Fire Slayers, waiting on the squats, you know. I'm not a Mantic employee or nothing. But I will say that these guys I'm painting right now, the Forge Fathers from Mantic, are pretty nice. The squats, the what are they called? The Leagues of Farts. The League of Nations. What's the faction called? Jotunheim? I don't fucking know. they're sort of related to the squats. They're the new guys. Leagues of Votan, thank you. I knew it was something like that. Yeah, they got some neat looking stuff. I don't know if I'm totally sold on them. But they're gonna sell like fucking hotcakes, so if you don't like the models they have now, give it 6 months. There'll be new ones. Is Votan one of the other names of Odin? That's not what I'm familiar with. I know he has a lot of fucking names, including Wotan. So I guess Votan makes sense, actually, as soon as I say that out loud. Ooh, Sewer Creature, I'm excited. Well, since you're new to the stream and since you're new to wargaming, I'm going to give you a little disclaimer. If you're going to hang out here, which we'd love to have you around more often, Mr. Zealous. Love to have you around. I bitch about stuff, like, a lot. I complained very vocally. I complained very specifically about Games Workshop and virtually everything that they do, because I've been playing Games Workshop games for, like, the better part of 20 years. But don't let my complaining in any way hamper your enthusiasm or your wide-eyed sense of wonderment at the wonderful world of tabletop gaming. I am a bitter old fucking grognard, and you are in no way required to agree with me as I complain about Games Workshop. I'm just gonna do it anyway. But GW makes great models, and I'm sure that their entire Leagues of Votan line will be high quality. Go ahead and put it in your art channel if you want to, Sewer Creature. I'll take a look after the stream. Or actually, go ahead and do both. They have AI and the leagues are like AdMac, and they were allies rather so. I don't care. I'm sorry. Yeah, I know. They got their whole lore, and they have like old AI cores they take tech from or something, and I'm just like, man, I was really into 40k lore for years and years and years and years and years, and at a certain point, I just disconnected from it. It changed so much. They completely reconfigured a bunch of factions that I had been into, and I was just like, But again, this is just me. Gear Falcon, this is for Mantic's wargame Firefight. Alright, let's start some work on the armor, shall we? I have a hard time with 40k lore these days, mostly because it changes as often as it does. Like, I swear to God, they get directives from their marketing department, and their writers, their lore writers, are beholden to their fucking bean counters. We need something that's gonna sell these models. Quick, write it. Make sure that it has something to do with the Imperium so we can still use the same bolter models. Oof, fucking Mafeet coming in like, who gave me a sub? Which one of you rat bastard sons of bitches gave me a gift sub? Do I like oatmeal raisin cookies? I do. I do like oatmeal raisin cookies. Not all the time. The lore is as malleable as the sales. I mean, you know, like, I don't want to be like, that's wrong, they're betraying the art. Like, they were always a business, and they've become more of a business in the last 10 years, and at this point it would be irresponsible of them to manage it any other way. I just don't like it, you know? No, that's exactly it. That's exactly it, Mr. Zealous. There is a reason they're so profitable. I have all my opinions on how they should do things. None of them are based on the sheer quantity of data or market analyses that I'm sure they've done. Like, they would be stupid to listen to me. But at the same time, I don't want to buy their stuff anymore. Which is fine. It's going good, Mafeet. Good to see you, man. Why would you say that? Dip oatmeal raisin cookies in orange juice. There's no way in hell that's good. No. No. No, that's insane. And yeah, Hamburg Tack was dropping some gift subs, baby. He took care of you, Mafeet. Okay, we're going to take a look at this a little bit later. Can I just say, I have never before read the phrase sphinctoral birthing valve. But, I like it. I'm okay with that. They're not fake chocolate chip cookies. They exist to teach you mindfulness. The only way that you have ever been fooled by an oatmeal raisin cookie is if you just bit into it without looking what you were doing, and that was entirely your fault. You should be more mindful of your actions. Orange juice, oatmeal, like, I'll try it. I can't think of a good reason not to try it. I'll tell you, I have my doubts. But I will try it. This is more careful than I've been on my other guys, but like I said, I'm spending a little bit more time on this round of models since they're mostly squad leaders. This guy isn't, but I'm kind of testing the procedure on him. Nothing too complex, just picking out the armor plates and edges. Based on the stream title, you're painting some hybrid burning Gundam and Thor. Shorter than I expected. How do I feel about pecans and maple? Delicious when combined. Sewer Creature, thank you for the reminder. It's like really good mushrooms and mac and cheese. Well, I mean, that is delicious, but that's an odd comparison to make. Please, please, please lurk away, Mafik. Always good to have you around, man. I'm gonna paint this dwarf's G-string here real quick. Look at that dumpy. Gonna go back to ignoring my own stream. Oh, Coral, you're my favorite streamer at this point, man. The sheer lack of giving a fuck. Oh, thank you. Ah, I missed the posture check. Leave a heavy shadow down there. Doesn't need to be super illuminated or nothing. I would go with giving a fuck. The utter disdain and contempt for the audience is something that really resonates with me. That does seem to be what's happening, yes. Well, it'll be on VOD, Gear Falcon. Up to 34 followers, about 34 more than I thought I'd get. Yeah, like, some of those have to be real people. I am one, but, you know, I knew who you were beforehand. I'm curious about the other, like, actual followers. There have to be some. Who were like, yeah! This guy's prospecting for minerals on Talus for 6 hours. This is exactly the kind of content I was hoping for when I came here. Like, who is that person? What happened to them? Who hurt them? Put the OJ and steal his tiny little stein for maximum Larcentious flip. Is Larcentious a word? Having to do with or bearing the quality of larceny? Like, I guess definition follows usage and not the other way around. So the fact that you can say it and I know what you mean indicates that it is in fact a word, but like, was it a word before? Arkudaki, welcome in, man. Good to see you. I hope you've been well. Oh no. Oh no, no. Somebody fucking... I'm gonna... Where's my mod power? Make it go away. Damn it. Ha! Now if I can just erase it from my memory. Also, can we get a shout out for 8-Bit Sweater? The person whose comment I just deleted? Oh my god, Arkudaki, you're the first person! You are the first... I hereby declare Arkudaki gets artistic asylum in this stream. As the first person to come in here and even remotely claim to have enjoyed the Halo show at all. Now, I realize you gave it the qualifier if it was just starting to get good. But even so, almost everybody else I've heard mention it at all is like, it's such a piece of shit. I think that's probably a strength, Arkudaki, because from everything I've seen of it, the Halo show seems geared towards people who aren't actually fans of Halo. It seems like they made it intending for it to be picked up by people who had no fucking idea what Halo was and didn't give a shit. You can post it all you want, 8-Bit. I don't have to look at it. I'm amused by the other blankies. That's enough for me. Alright, let that sit for a bit and then blend it out. Let's do another one. Is that really something that happens, 8-Bit? Master Chief strips down and gets his Spartan on, and Cortana sits in the back and, like, watches and flicks the old baked bean? Has anyone seen this show From? Somebody recommended this show to me, and I'm not sure. It looks like it could be another Lost, which I think everyone's a little hesitant about, with good reason. going to watch Obi-Wan, but I'm also going to complain about it as I watch it. Even like, probably as I enjoy it. It was a huge deal on Reddit of this. Like, I'm not even, like, hate-watching Halo. There are some things out there, 8-bit, that I will hate-watch while they're on. Like, I'll watch them just so that I can complain about them. Halo isn't even that for me. I'm just like, I don't care. Like, ugh. I haven't even watched a singular episode of it. I saw the trailer for it, where they played a super slow version of Phil Collins in the air tonight, and I was like, well, this seems ridiculous. That's because that's a great movie, O'Coral. Getting his AR speed loaded. Oh my god. 8-bit, you take all the time you need, buddy. See, the problem is that the more shows I've done that with, the more I realize I'm just playing into the studio's hands. Like, I hate-watched the first season of Discovery, and I had this sick realization that no matter how much disdain I might have for the show, no matter how much I might loathe Star Trek Discovery, ultimately all that was really happening was I was giving them money, and I was watching the show, and I was providing positive numbers for them to then sell back to their investors for getting more money for further Paramount Plus projects. And I realized that, like, on some level they know that people like me exist, and on some level they're banking on it. I am certainly worked into the cost-benefit analysis and the viewer numbers for the shows that I claim to hate. And the only power I really have is just not watching them. Just separating from them entirely. Oh, House of Quark is great. Did you just watch that episode, Gimishkar? I just watched that one again myself. I love House of Quark. When he's... I think the best moment in that whole episode was when him and Grilka are, like, laughing together. And she's like, I like you, Quark. That's why I'm going to give you this opportunity to take your hand off of my thigh without breaking every single bone in your arm. And he's just, and then she brings his fucking hand up, just like clenched in her Klingon fist. It's a great moment. I'm paying for Paramount right now so I can watch DS9. That's gonna last as long as it takes for my Blu-rays to come in. And then I'm canceling. The fact that a basic Paramount Plus account still makes me watch commercials is so fucking galling. You have to pay the premium price for the extra cool account to not watch commercials for their stupid fucking shows. Yeah, that one actually, Gimishkar, those are old characters. The Klingons from Blood Oath that go off to die. Kang and Kor and somebody else. Those characters are from Star Trek the original series. Like, Captain Kirk interacts with Kang in an episode. I believe played by the same actor. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. It's been a while since I've watched TOS. Yeah, Koloth, I think, is one of them. Not Kodos. No, those are different aliens. One of them is named Kang, though. Kolos or Koloth. One of those. Yeah, the Trouble with Tribbles. Yeah. There's an episode of DS9 that goes back in time to the Trouble with Tribbles from the original series, and yeah, he's in that one. Because Klingons fucking hate Tribbles. I think they eat them. Not out of a desire to have them around, but out of a desire to get rid of them. Yeah, I thought so, Datron Voltari. I didn't want to say for sure because I hadn't looked it up recently, but I thought I remembered that. And I remember him from the original series, but I didn't remember if it was the same actor. But I guess that's the only way it really makes sense. Is they're sending off one of the original Klingons, basically. But yeah, Gimishkar, that episode is just like that much cooler if you're an old school Star Trek fan. Because it's literally sending off a character you would have encountered first in the original series. And Jadzia just knows everybody, because Dax is super old. Kang, Kor, and Koloth, thank you. Yeah, and the albino is that's their final mission. You don't know what a Tribble is, sewer creature? Wow, I thought the Tribbles were a big enough part of pop culture that, like, everyone knew what they were. But I guess the trouble with Tribbles was a long fucking time ago. Oh yeah, Gimishkar, you're talking about the first two episodes? I think that that's like one of the biggest complaints I have about the series, is that two-parter just comes out of fucking nowhere. And it moves way too fast. The mystery should have lasted longer than that. But their interactions with the Dominion and the Dominion War will go on quite a lot longer. Like, for the rest of the series, the conflict with the Dominion ramps up. And the Founders in particular, obviously. You're gonna get some amazing Jeffrey Combs out of the deal, though. Fuck yeah, Merlin Models. Put the bow on that job. Tribbles are a creature introduced in Star Trek the original series. Sewer creature in a very famous episode called The Trouble with Tribbles. And they're literally, the prop is just a little ball of fluff. And they would put them together into a stack and they would jiggle it from below so it would look like they were moving. But there's just a ball of fluff. They don't have heads or anything. And the trouble with Tribbles is that they breed incredibly fast. With almost no provocation. So the big conflict of the episode is that they get sold these Tribbles by a traveling trader on a space station. And then the Tribbles overtake the ship. There's a famous scene where they're having problems with some part of the Enterprise, and Captain Kirk, like, opens up an overhead compartment, and just Tribbles fall out on him in this big pile. And then, like, it cuts and comes back, and Captain Kirk is, like, literally up to his chest in a pile of Tribbles. They completely overtake the ship. And there's an episode of Deep Space Nine where they go back in time. And they go back in time to that point. And they literally cut the cast of Deep Space Nine into shots of the Trouble with Tribbles. It's hilarious. And yeah, Kang was in that episode. Back before they had head ridges, when they were mostly just like weird space Mongolians. So if you follow the saga all the way through, that would mean that Kang was one of the Klingon augment virus victims from Star Trek Enterprise who lost his head ridges and then got them back after the virus was cured. Which was something that they did in Enterprise to loosely explain why Klingons didn't have head ridges at first and then later they did. I don't remember how they get rid of the tribbles. I feel like they get something that eats them. I honestly don't remember. It's been a long, long time since I've watched either of those episodes. Kang, the Conqueror, different Kang. He is a conqueror, but a different Kang. Oh yeah, Daytron. Yeah, Worf has that comment. In Deep Space Nine, when they see the Klingons that don't have the head ridges, and he's just like, we don't talk about that. That was how they addressed it, and it wouldn't be until later with Bakula and Enterprise that they tried to write in a storyline reason that the Klingons lost their head ridges. We're talking about the Klingon Kang. Three bot comments already. Yeah, they get exhausting, man. I hate that. We're not talking about Buck Rogers anything. I'll confess to you, I've only seen a little bit of Buck Rogers, O'Coral. Buck Rogers had Tweaky in it, didn't it? The fucking robot, the bitty bitty bitty. That was Buck Rogers, wasn't it? In the 80s one, okay. Then I've seen some of the Buck Rogers from the 80s. Is the old Battlestar Galactica worth watching? I think so. Okay, these days you say old. I assume you say old, you're meaning the original Battlestar Galactica. With, like, Dirk Benedict in it. And yes, I would say that they are, as long as you understand that television back then was very different from how it is now. And you have a decent idea of what to expect, because it's not like most sci-fi you're gonna watch these days. The newer Battlestar Galactica, which is unfortunately at this point also kind of old, that's definitely worth watching. The ending of it is kind of stupid in my opinion, but the majority of the show is great. the beginning of it is definitely worth watching. If all you watch is the two-parter that starts off the new Battlestar Galactica and skip everything else, that's a worthy way to spend a day. It's fucking fantastic. Some minis from the Flash Gordon movies or Barbarella. Ooh. I feel like somebody made that at some point. I would swear that I saw a model kit for the Battle Rocket Ajax from the movie. I guess that might have been somebody's private build now that I'm thinking about it. But like some Hawkman models with a Brian Blessed figure? Oh yeah. I want some space... You know what I want? I want a Space 1999 miniatures game. I don't know why, I just want it. I don't even know what you would do in it. Like, what would you do in a Space 1999 minis game? Just encounter problems? Get in arguments with Barbara Bain? Shoot each other with television remotes? Space 1999 is a killer fucking show. I really enjoy that one. That's the kind of show where I'm tempted to say, man, they should reboot that, but I've seen what they do with reboots, so no, they definitely shouldn't. They would make it suck. Hell, its own second season sucked. Fantastic Plastic made a model of War Rocket Ajax. Okay. That's probably what I was seeing, Datron Voltari. Just use stuff from the David Lynch film. The big, like, bulbous spice harvesters and shit. I've got a couple of toys based on that movie. I've got the Spice Scout, which I didn't realize was in the movie until I went back and rewatched it, and it turns out it is in one shot of the film. It is there. Like, literally, one scene, blink and you'll miss it fast. But there's a little Spice Scout buggy that rolls up into the harvester during the "Damn the spice, get out of there" scene. We all know that scene. And a very good day to you, Steal a Rebel. How you doing? Do I have the one with the cat? No. I do not... I do not have the toy that came with the little cat that the character had to milk to stay alive. I do not have that. Wasn't that Twofer? Isn't that what he did to Twofer? He, like, gave him a horrible disease, and then he put the cure in a cat, and he had to milk the cat and drink the milk to stay alive. Thank you so much for that shout-out, folks. If you're not following Steal a Rebel, holy moly, do yourself a favor. Head on over there, drop a follow, check out our next stream if you can catch her. I am. My voice is still a little scratchy, but, not as bad as it was for the last few days. I lost my voice a little bit in there. That sucked. A standard tabletop scale, a worm should be like a whole table long. Yeah, you would only ever see like the head of it, though. Have you not seen David Lynch's Dune Gimishkar? Oh man. And that's not like a thing from the book. That's not some weird thing they adapted. That's some crazy shit that David Lynch wanted to put in the movie that involved milking a cat. And then it becomes extra strange because when they were making action figures for that movie, which shouldn't have had action figures at all, they made an action figure that had the cat that Toofer had to milk. It's one of the strangest things. Because, yeah, as a kid, that's definitely what I want, is a model of a cat that a character has to milk to stay alive. Who doesn't want to play as Toofer, right? Oh, Herbert was a very weird guy. Yeah, no, that's just true. We were just talking about Tribbles. Steela, do you remember how they dealt with Tribbles and the trouble with Tribbles? I was just realizing that I couldn't remember how they actually got rid of them. Transported to a Klingon ship. Okay, thank you. In my head, I was thinking, I feel like it has something to do with the transporters. Like, they transported them all off the ship. And that was the irony, was they transported them to the Klingon ship. The Klingons were the ones who were smart enough to know that Tribbles are awful, and they hated them. Kirk probably made out with all of them. Steely, you're not giving Kirk credit. Don't give me that. Don't be one of those. Steely, you know better. Don't be one of those. Who's like, oh, Kirk banged every alien space princess. That's not true. That's not true. He gets that reputation because of, like, Star Trek fucking 3. Star Trek 3 and 4, that's where Kirk got that reputation. In the series, Kirk was by-the-book man. He was a professional and a good captain. And I will not stand for his name being besmirched and befouled by you tribble-licking savages. Star Trek fucking 3 and then an advertisement. How you doing, Law Canoe? Oh, yeah. Oh, God, Datron. I mean, yeah, that's maybe the most dated views that Frank Herbert has that manifest very publicly in those books is his opinions on homosexuals. Essentially, the only real homosexual character in the book is the Baron Harkonnen, and he's portrayed as a psychotic deviant and a sadist. A sexual sadist, very specifically. And yeah, that's terrible, and it is... It falls under, I think for most people, that realm of like, these pastos, man. He lived in a time when you could just have that opinion, and nobody would challenge it. Kirk was very... Automat, what are you talking about? Kirk was incredibly professional. He was an excellent captain and a rational man. You mean fanfics you read or fanfics that you wrote? Walter's Workshop. Yeah, that's the other. Which Duncan would you be referring to? Because he had about 30,000 Golas. I disagree strongly, Automat Americana. Again, I think he gets that reputation mostly from Star Trek 3 and 4, or from the movies in general, where he was always disobeying orders. But Kirk upheld the ideals of the Federation well. He was professional, he was reserved, he made hard choices when he had to. He was a diplomat. Okay, every now and then he might pull out a copy of the Constitution and just start reading it to an alien species, but still. Yeah, we won't even bother mentioning him, Gimishkar. Ugh. Ugh. Oh god, just one big orgy of Duncans? Well, no, see, there's something kind of perfect about that, though, isn't it, Walter? Because if we go back to the root of the phrase homo, it means self, does it not? In that context. So he would be essentially the ultimate homosexual. Oh my god, we have hit the bottom of the barrel, folks. I'm so sorry. I'm just saying, in many ways, that is the purest expression of the concept, is literally having sex with yourself. Let's not get too far into this topic. Let's just stop ourselves right here, because we all know this isn't going to end well. Frank Herbert had a lot of very, very backward ideas regarding a lot of social concepts and human sexuality that he did not understand, and we don't need to dive too far into it. It's sort of like, you know, anytime someone wants to talk about like Robert Heinlein, and it's like, okay, we're not going to have a conversation about Farnham's Freehold, okay? We all know that it was a goddamn mistake. We don't need to talk about it. Well, yeah, look at the pretty colors on the piece of plastic. Whee! There we go. Steela knows what I'm talking about. I indulge in these topics from time to time because I find them fascinating, but I also think it's important that we have a point at which we go, okay, that's yeah, we've gone about as far on that as we're gonna get. Partner was upset at seeing Jason Momoa die, and well, yeah, depending on how far they go, you won't really see him again until, when did the first Duncan Idaho pop up? It wasn't until after Children of Dune, was it? Now, for my money, I hope that they stop well before then, because I did not like Children of Dune. You do need to read Neuromancer. Neuromancer is a great book. I recommend reading a whole lot of William Gibson. Read Neuromancer and Idoru. Hell yeah. Attracted to garlic bread. Ooh, oh my god. Did I just have like a massive realization about who I am? Whoa. This has been a stream of self-discovery. Now, disclaimer, as I chuckle at that joke, it is in no way my intention to ever make light of anyone's sexual orientation. It genuinely isn't. I have had pieces of myself that I consider very important marginalized by people in my life and society in general, so I know that it's not a good feeling. And if anyone out there feels like those kinds of jokes do that to them, that is not my intent. The world is a crazy place, and it takes all sorts. All part of God's rich tapestry and all that. Though ironically, I am an atheist. Snow Crash is... I think Snow Crash is really pretty accessible. I think Snow Crash is where I actually started. Well, you know, I know that thought too, Steela, and so often that's just true because people out there are dicks. And it's the people who do things in a mean-spirited way that make it difficult to joke about things. So I always just try real hard in my life to never let my humor become mean-spirited. Never let the joke be, haha, isn't that person weird? Because that's not funny. That's fundamentally not funny. You know who does those jokes? Fucking Adam Sandler. Has Adam Sandler really made you laugh at any point in the last, like, 20 years? No, he's just an asshole. You gotta put more effort into your humor. That's a low-hanging fruit. Well, premium plastic is a good joke by itself. Oh my god, he has? I'm very sorry, Automat. That's terrible. I would far sooner judge Adam Sandler fans. Oh, I agree, Gimishkar. Yeah, I think Red Letter Media actually did a pretty decent breakdown when he released Jack and Jill of how Adam Sandler movies at this part are legitimately just a fucking scam. They're a combination of advertisements and free vacations for him and his friends. And they're atrocious. And I mean, following on to that thought process, like, here I sit on a camera painting little space dwarfs and talking about the relative virtues of storylines about spacemen. Like, do I really have much room to make fun of almost anyone? I feel like it might be a little hypocritical. Not that I'm above that. Hypocrisy is in fact my bread and butter. But still. It's certainly tempting fate. I've heard Uncut Gems is good. It seems like Adam Sandler is perfectly capable of being good in movies that other people make. Like, Punch Drunk Love was great. He didn't write that. He was just in it. Adam Sandler stopped giving a shit a long time ago. Which sucks, because he has done funny things. Why does this song sound like the opening menu for any Final Fantasy game? I can't honestly say that I have many favorite rom-coms. It's just not a genre that has ever interested me. When I was younger, I enjoyed a few of them, but it's just like, as my interest in film picked up, my interest in rom-coms faded very, very quickly. My favorite rom-com is The Color Out of Space. Ooh, that kind of works. My favorite rom-com is Slither. Think about that one for a minute. Yeah, now you're thinking about it. I know you're thinking about that scene. The one with Starla and, what's his name? Michael Rooker? Yeah, think about that scene for a few minutes. I hope you're eating something while you do it, too. Good luck. That is still one of the most upsetting visuals that James Gunn has ever delivered. And yet it will never leave my mind. Romanian comedy. Do you know any good Romanian comedies, Stila? You thought Romanian comedy, I have to assume that you had an example that came to mind, and I'd love to know what it is. I confess I heard what the last scene in Men is, and I'm less eager to watch it now than I was before. Like, even as an Alex Garland fan, I heard what the last scene is, and I'm like, oh, yeah, ooh. Maybe I'll just read some very detailed reviews. I mean, it was the very fact that you are a silly European that made me think maybe you know some Romanian comedies. I was excited. You got my hopes up, Stila, and then you dashed them. All right, let's do a little blendy blend. Oh, I missed a spot. Whoopsies. All right, keeping it simple. I completely missed that leg. Whatever, I'll do it later. Speaking of dark and sad, I've been digging into a lot of Oz Perkins movies lately. Not super lately, but the first of his I watched was, The Black Coat's Daughter. It's really good. It's really good. It is a slow-burning, upsetting, heavily symbolic movie. And it's real dark and real sad, and man, I liked that one. And then I watched I Am the Pretty Thing That Lives in the House, and I enjoyed it, but it's boring. It's real fucking boring. It is almost unforgivably boring as far as just being a movie goes. I feel like Oz Perkins set out to make a movie with the goal, like, it was like an experimental type thing, where he was like, I wonder if I can make a movie with no story. Can I make a movie that consists of literally nothing but a creepy atmosphere? And some, like, heavy symbolic concepts, some heavy themes that are really just laid in very obtusely. And ultimately, I think the answer is yes, he could and he did, because I really, really liked it. I also can't say go watch it, because it is one of the most boring goddamn things. It's like for a very, very particular audience, you might like it. I think the same thing kind of happened with his Hansel and Gretel, which I watched. That's the least of them. I did not love Hansel and Gretel. I thought it was okay. I got it for the most part, but it was... I don't know, I feel like maybe it suffered from, like, producer meddling because of some of the weird shit that happened in it, and the narration that was really off-putting. What movie did I hate lately? What movie have I watched lately that I've hated? I'm trying to think. I don't know that I've watched anything lately that I've just loathed. Oh, I heard that in Will Ferrell's voice. I haven't watched that many new movies lately. I should probably broaden my horizons a little bit. Seen Vivarium? I don't believe that I have. Who did that? No, I have not watched The Lobster. I looked up what The Lobster is. Gimish Carr. Since the last time it got mentioned. It doesn't seem like my sort of movie. It's an interesting idea. But it seems bizarro. Like, to the point that I'm gonna have a hard time with it. I don't know, I have a hard time with movies that are like, I'm quirky and funny, but also emotional and meaningful. Like, I realize this is blasphemy to a lot of cinephiles out there, but like, I don't enjoy like Wes Anderson movies. Like, they just, I don't know, I don't get them. I mean, like, I get them, I understand what's going on, I get the parts that are supposed to be funny, I get the parts that are supposed to be quirky, they don't do anything for me. It kind of looked that way from, maybe that was the trailer that I saw, and trailers can be deceiving. In fact, they often are. But it seemed to portray it as kinda quirky / funny. And maybe that was just a misrepresentation. Like Neil Breen. No, Neil Breen movies are not normal. Neil Breen movies are fucking brilliant. Neil Breen movies are us having the wisdom of a higher power visited upon us. I mean, haven't you seen them, O'Coral? That's literally what they're about. I might have to give it a watch then. Because the trailer did nothing for me, but if that's a misrepresentation, then maybe I give it a watch. For some reason, I watched Avengers Age of Ultron recently. I put it on while I was painting, and I was like, I don't think I've watched it since it came out. I didn't dislike it as much as I remember disliking it. I think maybe that's because since then I've been put through the fucking hell of like Batman vs Superman and just bullshit like that, and the decreasing interest of the modern Marvel film. But I found myself liking Age of Ultron more. Once I was able to kind of let go of my preconceived notion of Ultron and just sort of embrace the James Spader of it, like, it was more fun. And ultimately, when it comes down to it, those movies, I'm almost always watching them for Chris Evans, and Chris Evans never disappoints. Saw Battleship recently. I didn't hate that movie. Battleship, it was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's like the nicest thing I can say about it. But I think that that's actually pretty nice. It was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. At all. It had parts in it that I genuinely enjoyed and remembered after the fact. Parts, individual parts. Yeah, it's real stupid. But it's like, it doesn't try to be anything else. You know? It doesn't have that... And like, Michael Bay movies, for instance, they have a similar thing going on where they're just like real dumb, but then they always turn me off because they'll be real dumb and entertaining, and then the action will be super duper confusing, and then there'll be like racist caricatures and really bad jokes. And then I lose interest in the film. But Battleship was... the humor worked where they bothered to have any. It could have been significantly worse than it was. I assumed it was going to be worse than it actually turned out to be. I don't think I would ever watch it again. But that's probably not a surprise. Yeah, I did. I chuckled at that too, O'Coral, when they fired the alien weapons, and they're spinning through the air looking like canisters, and then they go chunk, and they plug into the ship, and I was like, oh, those are the pegs. They're literally the pegs that you put into the ships in the game Battleship. Those are the weapons that the aliens fire. Like, oh my god. That's real dumb. But that was exactly the kind of stupid that I was hoping for. Like, of all the things in that game to pick out and put into a movie, you choose the pegs. I literally don't know what else you would put from the game into a movie, because, like, it's Battleship, for God's sake. What do you do? What do you do with that? They probably did the best they could, considering they were handed a commercial concept. That wasn't like, oh, I have this really great movie to make a story that's based on this classic game. That was, we want a game based on the Battleship, or we want a movie based on the Battleship board game. Here's your budget, go. And they came up with something that made me chuckle. It's entertaining, Kursala. The special effects are fun, the action scenes are amusing, the aliens are kind of cool. The plot is mindlessly contrived. There's a hilarious scene of a man lying on the ground being tased while holding a chicken burrito up, desperately trying to hand it to somebody. Like, what more do you want? Are you talking about Pixels? Yeah, I heard that was a piece of shit. That's one of those where it's like, I'm like, not even maybe, I'm never gonna watch that. Did Kevin James do anything prior to being in The King of Queens? Did I miss the thing that launched Kevin James's career? Because I realize I'm not sure what it is that Kevin James does. Like, most of those actors that I don't care about and don't find funny, I can point to one thing and be like, oh, well, they did this one movie, or they had great stand-up, or something. And that's why they're a thing now. That's why they got all these subsequent projects, was people hoping to capitalize on that, or some people who really like that one early project. I don't know what it is that Kevin James did to become famous. He's not funny. It's with Kevin James, it's the same joke every single time. It's always, I'm fat. Like, that's the whole joke. And yet he keeps starring in movies. I get that he's connected to, like, the whole Happy Madison scam factory, but, you know, other actors in that scam factory, your David Spades, your Rob Schneiders, like, I get that. They had careers. They did things. He was in several episodes of Everybody Loves Raymond. Does that count? That's the same thing as being in The King of Queens, effectively. Was he the same character? Was he so beloved that they spun him off? That doesn't seem possible. Cheap shot of Billy Mitchell with a cheating character a couple years before the retro high score cheating scandals broke and the real Billy was stripped of all his titles for cheating. Oh my god. Oh my god, maybe Adam Sandler's a secret genius. So he was that character in Everybody Loves Raymond, and then they spun him off into The King of Queens based on that performance? But he wasn't funny in King of Queens, so is this just like a Big Bang Theory situation where a huge portion of the television watching populace is like, this thing is funny, and I'm like, no it isn't, and they're like, yes it is, shut up. Because, you know, they made a Young Sheldon show too, and I will never understand how that happened. I mean, I'm glad to know, Data Nerd. I appreciate you dropping that, cracking that egg of knowledge all over me. It doesn't confuse me any less, really. But I am glad to know it. Yeah, sometimes I say crazy things, Stig. Isn't that phenomenon mostly over Gimishkar? I feel like all the spin-offs have pretty much died out, or am I just not paying attention to them? I mean, I know I'm not paying attention to them, but... Are they surviving behind the scenes and I'm not realizing it? I hate that fucking show. I think I hate that show because it claims to, or it, you know, in theory, represents a segment of society that I, again, in theory, belong to, and does it in the most pedestrian, awful way possible that is designed to appeal to people who are not me. And I find it offensive. Is it? I have no idea. It's on one of those streaming services that nobody pays for. I mean, obviously somebody pays for it or it wouldn't be a thing, but I don't know who they are. I've heard good things about Big Mouth. I've never watched it. I have no idea what it's about. I don't even know who made it, who's in it, who does voices in it. But the very few times I've heard it mentioned by people whose opinions I trust, they've mentioned it positively. But I agree, it looks hideous, and that, the few times I've thought about watching it, has turned me off. I'm like, oh, this looks ugly. Which is a really superficial and dumb reason to choose not to watch a show. But, you know, when you're oversaturated with shows to watch, like we are these days, sometimes that's what clinches it. Is this looks ugly, I'm not going to watch it. I'm not above that. I confess to being intrigued by the new trailer for Thor: Love and Thunder. I haven't had much interest in it up until now, but the look of Christian Bale in that movie has me curious. Grab a little bit of... Let's go with our Gamblin' Reclaimed. Rust Red. I stopped being a fan of Family Guy years and years and years and years ago, but ironically, I'm like super fucking hype for the Orville Season 3, starting in a little over a week, I think it is. I do think this Gamsol actually does dissolve a little bit nicer than the cheap white spirits I was using. I'm not going to say for sure right now without using it more, but the Gamsol might be worth the money. I'm having less clumping than I usually do, which that is worth some money to me. Not at all, Automat. It's lovely to have you around. Oh, there were so many problems with that movie, Amishtig. So many problems. Weirdly, I thought that, what's her name? Patty something? Is it Patty? The black woman in the Ghostbusters 2016. I thought she was like one of the best things about that movie. I hated many things in that movie, and she was not one of them. She was fine. I even thought her character was pretty funny. And then the other characters, like, who was in that? Melissa McCarthy? She's a funny woman. She's done many funny things. She was not funny in that. She was awful. Leslie Jones. Yeah, I was thinking of the character's name, I realize. Because of that awful trailer where she yells her name. Leslie Jones, thank you. She's been in a few things and has been pretty amusing. You just like The Orville because it's the best Star Trek show in 10 years? Not just, but definitely that's part of it. AC is fixed. Oh my god. Now's the time to get it done. If you're having AC problems, figure it out now, folks, before summer really kicks in. I don't know where you live, but even up here in the mountains, it can get pretty rough. Yeah, Gimishkar, Season 1 is a little rough, because Season 1 of The Orville was still very much like, we're doing a comedy show. It gets better. Once they stop trying to do a comedy show with Star Trek references and start just doing a Star Trek show that has jokes in it, it gets much better. Hey, Shiny Mew, good to see you. Paint that I'm putting down now doesn't show up all that much, but it's a necessary step for these weapons. Terra Rosa is going to show up much more. Couple minis built and one partially painted. Fuck yeah, Shiny Mew. Good jerk. Good jerk. Good job. Good work. Good job. Good jerk. Fuck is wrong with me?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray.
Sewer creature.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Oh, fuck. Okay. Thank you, Data Nerd. I found these guys recently. I was going to show these to you. I found these and realized that I hadn't painted them. I thought that I had. I like, in my head, I remembered painting these. These are rakers from, Warcaster. And I kind of can't believe that I hadn't painted them. Oh, I assembled all of my Kickstarter models from the new Warcaster Kickstarter. That's why I was showing this, because I want to do these guys first before I do another one. They're robots, for God's sake. They don't even look like... What are you smoking, Walters? Good lord. Horns fan, welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow. I mentioned it because I want to paint them before I do this model, which is from the new Kickstarter. This is a part of the Eternus Continuum Terminus Cabal, the Nico Sphinx. Which, it's a neat model? This one, at least, is not a robot. This is a cyborg. This is some kind of cat cyborg. It's a really cool figure. I'm gonna paint them in line with my other Eternus Continuum forces, so it's like bone armor, and then like sort of a cool blue-green mechanical portions, and then red glows. But the Nico Sphinx, which is the model I'll paint after that, is a part of the Terminus Cabal, which also has these figures in it, which I went through the process of getting them all built. There's these three, which are the Talons, which are like hot cyber ladies with swords and blades, which are super detailed. And honestly, these were the hardest ones to build, because the way their arms connect to them is both really good as far as providing lots of surface area to glue to, and also really difficult to figure out. The assembly job was very, very strange on these. Oh, you know I did. Oh, you know I did. So it comes with those three Talons as a squad. It came with the Vassal Gang Boss, which is kind of a neat model. She's just a commander unit for the Vassal squads, which I use normally. And then we get into the fun ones. There are the Centurion Bodyguards. So those ones are all metal. When you get up to here, they started doing the bigger chunks in resin, which God bless them for it, because holy crap, you can see the majority of their body is resin, and they have metal parts. But these are the Centurion Bodyguards. These are neat models. They're so chonky. These glaives, too, are going to be a lot of fun. But that's not the best part. They also come with this Relicon, as it's called, which is a support model that floats around and provides, like, casting support for your army. Again, mostly resin, and then they have metal attachment bits that go on the side. As far as being metal models, these were not terribly bad to assemble. The only pin I used is this one you can see here that goes through to the bottom, and that's just to connect the Relicon to its base. But the centerpiece, and by far the most exciting model, I love this model. It's going to be a huge pain in the ass to paint. This is the Divine Tempest. And it's just so fucking cool. I like the way it's built, so its connection to the base is this long, like, veil. This articulated mechanical veil that hangs off the back. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just shove a brush in there and waggle it around and nobody's ever gonna see it and nobody's gonna give a shit. That's what's gonna happen there. But the 6 mechanical arms, 2 with swords, most of them just like exalting to the sky and one holding onto this little like arc receiver. It's just an awesome model. It's very detailed. That's what's gonna kill me, is the detail is all super duper fine. And there's a lady in there. It's like you can see her collarbone and her shoulders. You can see in there, and then she's got like cyber booby plates, of course. Yeah, this one is gonna kill me, but I'm still looking forward to working on it. And I think they work well on these resin bases that I made too. Project Dark Fox, welcome in. Good to see you. Glad you made it. But you have to feel the Terminus Cabal, like the way they've got it built. They're models that all have specific synergy with each other, so you have to take the entire thing as part of your list. You take the Cabal, and then you can build your list around it. So she always comes in with her Centurion bodyguards. That's going to be down the line a little ways. I'm not going to jump into painting these, because they're going to be... Ugh. These guys came out a little greener than these other ones. Also brighter, but I have to do another layer on them. I'm just wondering why these ones are as blue as they are compared to these ones, which are a little bit greener and a little bit softer. Well, I might bring some Radiant Green in on them to ease that out. Alright, let me continue putting down a little bit of this rust red. Give myself a few minutes to stretch my legs before we do the storm report. Yeah, it seems like you've had some pretty serious weather there, Project Dark Fox. We'd take some of it. We've had, like, none. Like, no weather. It's been stupid. Tornadoes? Holy shit, man. Hopefully distant tornadoes? I mean, the fact that you came home and got on Twitch tells me that the tornadoes couldn't have been that immediately threatening, which is a good thing. Because that's no fucking joke. It's just bone dry where I am. It's frustrating. The weather here used to be like that around this time of year, and now it's just still and dry. Well, not still, actually. It's been windy and dry, which is even worse. We got a snowstorm last weekend. That was fun. Ask Sumitha about that. It just was suddenly snowing in late spring. Well, fucking stay safe, man, and keep an eye on those tornado warnings, because that shit, like, when it is a problem, it tends to fire up real fast. Well, I'm sure you know. Everybody, like, Alex, Steel Warrior Studios, has been complaining about, like, he can't move into his new place because they've had so much rain, there's been flooding, and I'm like, could we get any at all? We're shaping up for a dry, horrible tinderbox summer, and I am not into it. Damn state's gonna burn down again. Get a few minutes. I'm going to try a quick little color adjustment here, just to work a little extra color into the armor. We're going to do it quick, fast, and in a hurry. Take some of our Gambling Radiant Green. I've been using this on the other ones, and I thought to myself I could skip a step by going to turquoise, but I think that the green might be an essential step. So let's try it out. And I'm going to use it just like straight out of the tube. We're not even going to thin it. Yeah, the Radiants for me, Steela, have been a great shortcut to a lot of things for getting shit painted very, very quickly.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I
Radiant
lay
Green
on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment.
That's the wrong brush.
As he cleans his brush.
Alight with this. Why am I? What the hell? Like, that's the brush that I used to thin my Rust Red, and I'm like, why don't I do some green with it? What an idiot. That's incredibly stupid. Just built 3 sisters without the weapons, about to prime, then test some schemes without the weapons? Are you sub-assembly painting, you madman? Yep. That's how it be, data nerd. Not at all, Project Dark Fox. It's frustrating. Ain't nobody got time for that. Alright, now speaking of shortcuts, let's try this out real quick. Just to even that tone out, because it's just too much blue, not enough green. Just go real rough with it. Kind of like a dry brush. Work that green in. That is already more like what I'm thinking. It was definitely missing that green. Yeah. That's much closer. What do we got? 13 minutes? I think I can do the fix in 13 minutes. Too blue, not green enough. Ooh. I don't think I ever removed my glaze from that shoulder. Yeah, it gets particularly dry over on her side of the mountains. It tends to stay wetter out here, and this year it's just not. I'm out here dumping water into the ground to keep plants alive and contemplating how soon I'm going to have somebody service my damn well. It's probably going to be sooner than I like. Oh, there was a movie I watched recently that I expected to hate. Hey, Jay Schaefer. No, we just been idling. And didn't. I really expected to... I watched it thinking, oh, this will be stupid and I can laugh at it. And I'm late to the party because it was that Bryan Singer, that Diddlers movie from, I think, 2014. Jack the Giant Slayer. It's not like a great movie. It was another one of those that was like, this is nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was just kind of fun. It was just a fantasy adventure movie with some fun performances that was not entirely idiotic, which is more or less what I was expecting from it. It did have one of those Return of the King moments where I was like, oh, the movie's over, and it was like, nah, we got another act to go. Oh, okay. Other than that, though, no real complaints. The Asylum version? Yeah, because Asylum got closest to the title with that one that they've gotten from almost any movie. Because the Asylum version was, I think, called Jack the Giant Killer. Oh, yourself. What's up, Roland? Down here. These are just squad leaders, so I'm kind of continuing to test on them. I'll be painting the hero figures probably last when I know all the steps to do and what not to do. It's kind of the nature of painting any army. The last figure you paint, you've always got it like totally figured out by the time you get to that one, so I figure I'll make that the leader. Oh my god, Ghost in the Shell is still going on? I thought for sure that was over by now. I still have never watched any of the standalone. That's not true. I've watched a little bit of the standalone complex a long time ago when it first started. It just didn't grab me all that much, so I didn't continue with it, but people keep telling me that I should. This paint scheme on these dwarves is not going to be amazing. I think it is going to be effective at average viewing distance and fucking quick to do. That's the goal. Quick and effective. And once the copper comes in, that definitely helps out the rest of the armor. Oh, ages ago. I assume we're talking about the classic film. And not like a remake or something like that. Hey, Vergata welcome in, my friend. How you doing? How you doing today, Verg? Trying not to get the fresh copper that I just put down. Just work that green in. Probably let that cure a little bit, then do one last quick round of titanium white for a few highlights and call the main armor done. Have to relearn regular Battletech. How long has it been? Hey, Voxel Forge, welcome in. Alright, I think that's what we're going to get done today on these guys, but still, the undersuits and the armor, feeling pretty good about it. Got to come over and do the copper weapons and helmet details. Hammers, bases, I'd say 70% completion on this group of 4. Ooh, yeah, you might need a little bit of a refresher then, Roland. It's like riding a very complex bike that makes you do math. And let's see what we've got left in this force. There's all these guys over here that you can't see. Let me see if I zoom out, you can see them. Yeah, I got these 12, 13 dwarves that I've done so far in this scheme, and that's these guys. They're done minus some work on the basing, and then I need to do their eyes, because they're all going to have glowing eyes. You can see I've just laid down some red, but they need the rest of the work done on them. But then that's the sort of coppery color that the weapons and the helmet details are going to come out to, and you can see how one color by itself is not very exciting. But the two colors together are a little bit more, and I want this paint scheme to be pretty subdued for the most part, which I think works. And then the bases will have a little bit of green work on them. You can see I've kind of started it on the crystals here. Once that's fully cured, they'll go to a dry brush to pull out the sharp edges. And that will punch them up a bit. But then once these squad leaders are done, I have... The next batch is going to be these 1, 2, 3, 4 Reaper autocannon guys. Because each squad gets 2 of them. Because they're fucking awesome. This is just my favorite special weapon that you can get with the Steel Warriors. Let me see. Who else? Then I have to do the 1, 2, 3, 4 flamethrower dwarfs with their little beards sticking out. They're probably going to get green goggles rather than glowing red because they're wearing goggles and they don't have, like, recessed eyes. They'll have plenty of red. I'll probably do a little glow effect on the flamethrowers themselves. You got 4 of those guys who make up a squad. Then I'll have the 1, 2, 3 left that are the 2 bodyguard dwarves. Who are a little bit fancier with fancy shoulder pads. And then the Huskarl, the leader for the force, who is quite fancy, and he'll get a little bit more concentration on him since he's going to stand out front. Saw Morbius. Let me tell you, when he first transforms and yells, "It's Morbin time!" We'll chill you to your core. I wouldn't even put it past. I wouldn't put it past a Sony movie. I suspect that you're kidding, but it's possible that you're not. And then the last batch of infantry will be these Forge Guards, who are a lot of fun, and I think they're going to get a lot more copper in general, and they all have glowing hammers, so I'm going to do them all at once. They're just like dwarfy Terminators, basically, with the guns built right into their arms. That'll be all the infantry. So I'm at about 50% on those. Then when they're done, I can do the Iron Ancestor, who he came out... I think his base came out nice. His printed base came out real nice. So I'm looking forward to getting some paint on him, doing the same heat glow effect in his gigantic hammer. Not decided on how to do that tube. I might do hazard stripes. Those are kind of played out. But at the same time, that yellow could be a nice sort of punch up to the overall sort of drab scheme. And he'll get more little glowing sections on his armor than the average dwarves do. And then all I'll need to do at that point is the dwarfy tank, which in this case has been built as the Brander assault vehicle with a giant flamethrower on top and the dozer blade that I've magnetized to it. And I'll probably just do the other turrets for this guy at the same time. Because he's got there's the Brander assault vehicle, which can carry five guys and is a flamethrower, so I fill it with 5 flamethrower dwarves because why the hell not? That's funny as shit. It's a flamethrower tank full of flamethrower dwarves. Who doesn't want that? And then you can pop that turret off and pop this off, and it just becomes a stern hammer tank. And then it can take either the quad fucking mega assault cannon, which is a fun design. I like the 2 like magazines sticking off the side. They're so goofy. Or it can take the magma cannon option, which is the anti-tank, anti-armor, like energy cannon. I'll probably just do all the weapons at the same time. That'll be the easiest way to do this. Really good opportunity for some heat glow effects on this guy on the end, on these 2 little heat sinks sticking off the side. But on my primary list so far, it's going to be run in this config. They're nice kits, Chewy. I was really pretty happy with them. I like that they're a little simpler than other styrene models, which actually makes me feel a lot better about painting them. Heat glow or blue-green energy discharge. You know, energy discharge would make sense for, like, down here, but I'm thinking heat glow for these heat sinks specifically. And I'm trying to keep the palette somewhat limited on this whole army. This is the first heat glow that I've done, and I'm going to try to replicate this on a number of the other figures. All the other figures that have hammers will have this done to them. And then probably a number of the other weapons will get a little taste of this. It's not very big, Mafik. It's smaller than the other armored vehicles. They did the same thing with their walker. Their walker is smaller than the other walkers because it has a dwarf in it. he just doesn't need as much space. All right, folks, give me 1 minute. I need to get up for a second, stretch my legs, grab a little bit of a snacky snack. I'll be right back. We will roll right into the storm report and see what you fine folk have been sharing with us. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in just a second. Whew, that bad boy's nearly done. That's exciting. Oh. Didn't get any water. I need water. You saw nothing. Hello, everyone. This is the first time that I have seen you since getting up from my break. How are you? Alec Fritz Art, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for the host, and welcome in. Zydrate. Oh, man. Now there's a reference. Zydrate comes in a little glass vial. A little glass vial? A little glass vial. And the little glass vial goes into the gun like a battery. Man. Woof. I haven't thought about that in a while. That was a cool movie, though. Wow. Alright. Let me just a second do a little bit of cleaning. I don't even use 4 of these brushes. I don't know why they're on my desk. These granola bars are always a good choice. I love these fucking things. The sweet and salty nut, really unfortunately named peanut bars. They're amazing. So Vergaderung, that's actually the platform. The drill is a separate piece. Which the drill prints in separate pieces and then glues together. The idea being you can print it out this way. And I was thinking I'll add like a rack so you can kind of stack these up and have these be separate also if you want to. But then you can paint it and get it looking how you want, and then you can paint the shaft and get it looking how you want, and then you can go ahead and permanently glue this in place if you'd like to. You don't strictly need to. It fits in there pretty securely. And then you build the platform out of 3 pieces, and this goes down into it and twists and locks in place. And that way you can twist and pull this out, and then you can put in another version to have a different version of the platform. Yeah, you take the shaft, and you grip it firmly in one hand, and you gotta make sure that you do the twist in the right direction when you're moving the shaft. You gotta move it kinda... It might be a little sticky, so you gotta move it down, and then give it a little twist, you know, twist it back, maybe move it back up. Just a few times, you know? Just kinda like you know what it's like masturbating. It's like stroking a penis is what that you might be familiar with this motion because that's what that is. Is that funny? That's the joke. What the fuck it bit? What the fuck are you talking about? Me eat my granola bars so we can do the storm report, you fucks. It's understandable, Chewy. It's pretty highbrow shit. Well, I figure I'm going to all the effort of making a dwarfy army. I need some dwarfy terrain, you know? That and I figure with 40k doing their dwarves, like, it can't hurt to have some dwarf-themed terrain in general. Oh, I saw it, Roland. Oh, I saw it. I thought about that, Berg. The rats use drill tanks, too. And I'd been thinking that something not orky, but ratty could be next. They have a very similar sort of style, because I think I showed you, I never painted this, but I made this piece of terrain. God knows how long, it was years ago now. It was one of my favorite things. You can barely see it because I haven't painted it. But there's a little rat face here. In raised, riveted down plates. And I always liked the look of this, and I've used this terrain piece despite not painting it. And I was thinking about doing some more stuff like this. With like the two big buck teeth and everything, and the sort of angry eyes and the big Mickey Mouse ears. And they got like little whiskers on either side. I need to paint this thing. Because it actually is a really, really cool piece of terrain. So your dwarfy terrain is a triple-barreled rocket penis drill hybrid. I mean, can you think of anything dwarfier? You grab the planet and you fuck it until all the minerals come out, and then you make those minerals into more dicks. That's the dwarf creed, isn't it? All right. You bunch of degenerates. Let's see what we've got here.
All right, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
Oh, my nose is so itchy. Self-lubricating sprockets. Are those like self-sealing stem bolts? Oh, God. Suddenly, all kinds of tickling going on in my throat. Here we have from Journeyman Paint Hour. Am I gonna sneeze? No? Okay, let's keep going. Today's adventure: Ape Caverns at Mount St. Helens. First time exploring an underground hiking trail. Lots of squeezing over and through rock falls. Found some of what I'm assuming is fool's gold in the bottom right picture. This is terrifying. I don't... Oh. It's probably just fine. Because obviously it's like a well-known hiking trail. I hate caves. I don't do well with enclosed spaces. So I look at this and I go, I'll see you on the other side. I'll be walking around, thank you very much. Plus, apparently it's full of apes, and nobody wants that. The last place I want to encounter an ape is in a cavern. I'll just, I will leave that to you. Journeyman Paint Hour. I can be part of Star Trek convos now. Yeah. See, that's what you get. That's the benefit you get for putting yourself through the trial of Star Trek. I don't think that's right, 8-Bit Sweater, but I don't know enough about Dwarven philosophy to actually dispute it. So yeah. We could walk over the... Yeah, so you would go under, and I would walk above, and occasionally I'd hock a lug down through these convenient lug hocking holes that are left in the ground. I'm into that. I don't like going into holes in the ground in general, Data Nerd. I'm just kind of not into it. There's some other cool stuff, though, that we could certainly check out. Some of those may be lava tunnels. I mean, they're cool-looking caverns. You think you found some fool's gold, eh? I'm a fool. Does that make it just gold for me? It's not a very good joke. Let's keep moving. Well, it looks like it was fun, Journeyman Paint Hour. They dug too greedily and too deep. I wonder if they're haunted. Rio, I love the way your mind works. Here we have from Mafik. Recently I bought myself HG Goof Revive. It means this is a remold from an older Goof back in the 90s by using Build Fighter's version of the Goof R35, which is kind of a nice kit, I admit. Oh god, what's this? Also, this is the Running Fat Blue Zakum. Yeah, you just reminded me of that. I do love that meme. There's just something about it. It's a series of cursed frames And it's just the best. Just running along. That was the best goddamn gif. Good times. Good times, Mafik, and thank you for reminding me of that. Goof Troop. Yeah. It's a damn good-looking figure, particularly for being from the 90s, but then, I mean, you know, these guys were on point back when there weren't that many plastic model kits being made. There were Gundam kits. They blazed the way. Really nice-looking kit. Mafik, you must have quite the collection. You must have quite the collection. We should get a group shot, Mafik. You should line them all up. Just to sort of take in the entirety of it. Here we have from Noob Corpse, doing a squad of these boys. The reds are all metallics, looking for a really metallic effect on the armor to emulate the fact their armor is made of discarded tank tranks, and such. My mouth said treads, my brain wanted to say treads, but that says tank tranks. I just can't figure out how to do highlights on black. On, like, the black pants. I mean, you're looking for, like, a gray, either a warm gray or a cool gray, because most of what you have going on here is warm, lots of reds, lots of flesh tones. Like a blue-gray highlight would go really, really well on the pants. It's also a good opportunity to do some dry brushing, because they're kind of textured. I think a blue-gray dry brush, the first thing that my brain goes to, have I got a bottle of it here? Yeah, this is one of my favorite colors that I have just, I don't know, I guess I bought like 6 bottles of it back in the day and I still haven't used it all up. But it's Vallejo Game Color Extra Opaque Heavy Blue-Gray. This would be a fantastic color for that, particularly for dry brushing, because those heavy opaques go down real well for that. Goof. Goofy replaced with a goof. Yeah, no, I'd watch the hell out of that. 28 of them, the rest at my vacation house. Ooh, fancy Mafik over here. That's no Zaku. That's a goof. Yeah, Noob Corpse, a dry brush of a blue-gray on that would go real well. And again, that blue color would do wonders to set off the rest of this red, because already the blue rock on the base is helping, so a little bit on the pants would take it kind of the rest of the way, I think. Really neat color scheme on this. I like the lambda that you've done here on the back. That's an interesting choice. Make him look like Spartan Ogren. I can dig it. Apologies for my absence, but I'm back now for another round of everyone's favorite game. Let's make Thunderhead hungry on stream, and for some reason, let's do it just the first few posts, goddammit. Tonight we have a lovely batch of St. Louis-style toasted ravioli full of warm, juicy sausage on the inside, and a crispity, crunchity Italian breadcrumb coating toasted to perfection on the outside. Topping it are a made-from-scratch tomato sauce made by my lovely husband. Warm, juicy sausage on the inside. Oh, man, who among us? Who among us doesn't want some warm, juicy sausage on the inside, am I right? Those do look good. Oh, man, toasted raviolis. So these are raviolis. Oh, God, that does look good. Well, I mean, joke's on you, because this time at least I managed to get out there and check what was on for dinner, and it happens to be a big old pot of sketty sauce that I'm really excited about. So I'll have something comparable, at the very least. You activated my trap card. Wasn't that the best episode of the 8th Mobile Suit Team? You know, weirdly, one of my favorite things about the 8th Mobile Suit Team, like one of my absolute favorite things about it, was when they had to do maintenance on Homeboy's mobile suit's foot, and they showed how it had a big, heavy canvas tarp pulled over the inner workings of the ankle and locked into place on the rim of the foot. And then they had to, like, disconnect it and pull it back up. So it was like these and then they showed it again on the wrist. They had those big, heavy canvas pieces that would cover all the delicate parts inside, in between the big moving armor plates. I was like, that's a really cool and practical idea for a machine that is, by its very nature, wildly impractical. Double breaded in Italian breadcrumbs and deep fried, super easy to make, super easy to eat. Here we have from Kursala. Oh, fuck, this is gonna keep going? Oh, no. We're appeasing the cheese goblins? Hold on. Kursala, are you familiar with the cheddar goblin? Is this a thing that you know of? I feel like you might be using the phrase cheese goblin in vain. You might be taking his name in vain. In that case, may I offer a tray of nachos? I mean, yes. Oh, something beautiful. Something truly beautiful in the simplicity of just tortilla chips with cheese melted on them. I'll never turn them down. Necromunda nachos. You're sick, 8-Bit. You've got a problem. I'm glad I ate the granola bar first, at the very least. My favorite thing is that they made the Mook suit scary again, not something to be mowed down by the thousands. Yeah, no, they really did. 8th Mobile Suit Teen is great up until you get to, like, the romance subplot and the climax. And then it just is like, ugh. Like, almost everything leading up, like, the first, I would say, 2 acts of the story are a lot of fun, up through the assault on that city where Xeon has their compound in the mountain. That's pretty good. There is. Oh, hold on. Hold on. We're gonna do something. We're gonna do something real quick. I got something for you. You're damn right you do. Alright, let's make our pretzel music go away for just a moment here. And let's enjoy. Now, admittedly, you don't get the full effect of the Cheddar Goblin without watching the movie, because part of the humor is the scene that it's juxtaposed with. But even so.
Who ate all the macaroni and cheese? Look, Cheddar Goblin! Cheddar Goblin, did you eat all the macaroni and cheese?
Nothing's better than cheddar.
Cheddar Goblin! Cheddar Goblin!
I wish there was a version that wasn't the fucking, like, with people chuckling behind it. I mean, I want to chuckle behind it. I should be the only one chuckling behind it. Let me see. This is it in the context of the movie. Cheddar Goblin remastered? I don't trust that. I don't trust that. We're just gonna finish this version.
Cheese! Look, Cheddar Goblin! Cheddar Goblin, did you eat all the macaroni and cheese?
Nothing's better than cheddar.
You watch this commercial
Goblin.
in the movie. It's on the television shortly after the main character's love interest is. Well, you know what? I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. It's wildly inappropriate.
Cheddar Goblin by Deadzone has 60% more cheese than the next leading brand. Kings and goblins agree.
She's
Cheddar
covered in
tastes the
cheese
best.
vomit.
That's why Cheddar Goblin was rated #1 3 years in a row.
Oh my god.
Cheddar Goblin
He's just staring at the
It's
camera.
goblin good.
Yeah, that's really it. It's. I realize it's probably
Hi,
anticlimactic.
good drivers. You're probably tired of car insurance commercials.
Oh
with-
god, shut up, and also go away. You wretched thing. Apparently, I ran out of anti-commercial stuff. Kursala, thank you so much for the resub. All right, let's keep going here. I was gonna say that that commercial plays on the television in the movie Mandy right after something like unspeakably horrifying and deeply upsetting has happened, and you're in this weird, like, disconnected manic fugue state. And then Cheddar Goblin comes on the television and just like, what the fuck? That's from Mandy. Yeah, that's from the movie Mandy with Nick Cage. It's great. Guys, if you haven't seen Mandy, go watch it. It is a wonderful movie. It's bizarre. It is, I described it as, like, it is aggressively surreal. And it is a whole lot of fun. At one point, Nicolas Cage has a chainsaw fight with a psychotic, demonic biker mutant. It's great. It's great. I wasn't a huge fan of that movie, 8-Bit Sweater. Have you seen the Banana Splits movie? Because it was like the same thing, but better. Because, I don't know, I like the concept of the Five Nights at Freddy's attacked by the pizza bear. What was that place called? Big Top? What was the name of that restaurant that has they serve pizza and they've got that awful bear mascot? That's what they're all making fun of. Yeah, guys, if you haven't seen Mandy, the Nick Cage movie Mandy, please go watch it. It's so fucking good. Showtime. Yeah, that sounds right. The Showtime Pizza Bear? Oh, we're way off topic. Let's get back on it. Look, everybody brought up cheese, and made me think of, he said cheese goblin, made me think of the cheddar goblin. It all makes sense, it all connects. Here's a frittata. Got a frittata with onions, peppers, potatoes, salami, and cheddar. Oof. You know, frittata's never the kind of thing that I think to make for myself, but if someone else makes it, I'm into it. Showbiz, thank you, Amishtig. Yeah, that's it. The Showbiz Pizza Bear, which is like the most horrifying goddamn thing. It's There is a short that they did on Hulu. I guess that was my problem with that movie, 8-Bit Sweater, is that Hulu did a horror short called The Hug. I think it's called The Hug. And it was like everything that most of those movies have gone for. It was the entire concept of Five Nights at Freddy's, but it was packaged in like a 3-minute short instead of an hour-and-a-half long movie. And I'm like, that's perfect. That is perfect. It's everything that you need from the concept delivered in a really creepy way, and it doesn't make me watch it for an hour and a half. You should check out The Hug. It's real short, and it's very, very cool. And it's creepy as shit. I'm glad somebody's seen it. I'm not just crazy. I'm not just making things up. I mean, I'm doing that too, but not in this case. Here we have from the Happy Heretic. Thought I'd take a pic of all my Kindra Klein mechs for this storm report. Almost a full trinary painted to a good tabletop standard in a little under 2 weeks with speed paints and oils. Really pioneering some new concepts here. Again, I would not think that this scheme would work. I've said it before, I'll say it again. If you describe... It's 5 minutes long. Okay, thank you. If you would just describe this paint scheme to me, I'd say, no, don't do that. They're gonna look like Christmas elves. But it works strangely well. I think you've made some good choices here, and yeah, the speed paints plus oils really help to kind of punch up the saturation on a few parts that make this paint scheme come together. Nice looking trinary. I continue to really like this guy the best here. The Highlander came out pretty good too, though. Damn. All in all, a really nice looking group of mechs. Happy Heretic, wonderful work on that. Rio Hassenpfeffer, happy birthday to me. Oh, wowie. Happy birthday indeed. Very fancy. All kinds of sleek. Look at those rims. This is slick. I don't know dick about cars, or I would say more like profound, interesting, and relevant things about it. Looks like it's got about a 380 turbo spin in that bad boy, you know, under the bonnet there. Yeah. You probably get 372 goat power out of that bad boy. Is that a Tesla? Okay, I couldn't even see any like branding on it. I don't recognize it. Damn. Okay. All right. It's a damn slick-looking vehicle. Speedy, silent, electric vroom. Yeah, if it's a Tesla, I should think so. Does it have gremlins? This is an important question. It could have gremlins. Is Elon Musk hiding in the back, waiting to tell you about how awesome he is? M3 long range. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Rio, is I'm going to look this bad boy up after the stream so that I can educate myself on what it is that you're cruising around in. But I'm into it. Electric cars have come a long way. And I feel like we're right in that pocket now where they're starting to become like really, really makes sense. I'll be curious what you have to say about it after driving around in it for a while, Rio, because I've heard mixed reviews on Teslas. But is this one of the newer models? Like, I haven't followed the release of Teslas for a while now. Kind of in the beginning I was interested in it, but then I sort of dropped off. A number of other manufacturers are working on electric cars, more affordable electric cars right now that do have my interest. Pretty happy with my Leaf, but I don't travel too far. And that, yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, when I drive my car, I use vastly more gas than is even remotely necessary. And the fact is that I have the capacity right now to set myself up with nearly unlimited self-generated electricity, which makes me think, an electric car could make a whole lot of sense, actually, in just the next couple of years. 440 horsepower, all-wheel drive, fastest, smoothest living room furniture I've ever driven. That comfy, huh? Well, shit, Rio. Very, very nice. And it's actually your birthday, in which case, happy birthday. I got you a car. I'm glad that you found it. Enjoy it. In fact, I'm still inside it, and I don't know how to get out. Bet you can put a lot of beef and cheds in. How many Wagyu burgers? How many Wagyu beef and cheds do you think you could fit in the back of this bad boy 8-bit? Like, clearly you'd have to slap it on the top to truly get the right number out of it. You think 7? It seems pretty ambitious. Those are serious burgers for serious people. So the answer is not enough. Real nice looking, though, Rio. Very, very nice indeed. Now, are we going to get a video of you just, like, peeling out and making no noise at all? Because I'd be into that. Here we have from... You need to... I'm not even going to try to explain it. I forgot it wrong. Just accept it. It is what it is. Here we have from Shiny Mew Paints. Finished the Ultramarine double post because the stream was canceled. Oh, that came out nice. So this is a good opportunity, Shiny Mew. Like, this is a really, really good place to practice your fine brush control and to use washes. You got a little bit of gold kind of overlapping into the blue. And doing blue over that would not be too hard, but another thing you can do if you have trouble getting rid of that is just put a nice dark wash, either black or brown would be ideal, over that gold to kind of blend it down into the blue and create a dark shadow there. Real clean work on the chest eagle, I like that. Good looking ultramarine overall, nice posing work on him too. Got in there and got the red on the eyes, hell yeah. Oh, shut up, 8-Bit. Why do we even allow 8-Bit Sweater in this stream? God. Bit of a hard time with the bolt pistol, but I made it work. Did you drill it? It looks like you might have even drilled the barrel. Is that what I see there? Oh my god. That's some high quality work. Oh my god, that cracking sound just freaked me out. That was the print separating from the print plate. I was like, what the fuck? Oh! It's because it covers the entire damn print plate that it made that much noise. Oh, that's exciting. I'm going to start another one up after this. I'm really excited to get that all-terrain piece done. It's going to be cool as shit. Primaris Marines. As a happy Tesla owner, I implore you all to go out and try one, and then go to Volvo and buy a Polestar 3. Let's have another look here at the side of the bolt pistol. So what gave you trouble? Shiny Mew, what gave you trouble on the bolt pistol? That and the chainsword looks like they came out nice. Got in here and did a little bit of wash work on the purity seal. That came out pretty good. A good trick that you can kind of apply to doing these shoulders is if you kind of angle your brush. I'm not going to be able to demonstrate. I was doing that with my hands and I realized that's not going to demonstrate it very well. But if you angle your brush, like you see how this chainsword is angled relative to the trim, angle your brush like that and just catch the edge. and drag it along here so that you're not laying your brush across here so much as you're sort of digging it down into the corner. It can help prevent you from getting too much gold in here. Too much money, I'll stick with my TJ. Yeah, nobody seems to like the Halo TV show. All in all, though, I have to say, Shiny Mew, it came out very nice. If you're having any trouble with any of these techniques, I'm always happy to give what advice I can. It is exciting as hell to see people getting into this hobby, and more than anything, enjoying themselves. Yeah, they had to use him, and then they had to have him bang somebody, because, you know, why not? I've said it before, I'll say it again, it really looks like that show is aimed at people who weren't a fan of Halo in the first place. And with that in mind, it'll probably do just fine and get, like, many seasons that also have nothing to do with Halo. Is there something under my skin? Like a splinter under my skin that I didn't feel? We'll have to investigate that later. That should be interesting. Alright, let's come on down. I could demonstrate on a Space Marine. Oh, God, that's... Oh, my God. I mean, like, I could. I don't want to. I do have a lot of Space Marines just around. It's not like I haven't painted Primaris Marines. Oh, God. Space Marines are the most painted models on the planet. Mr. Fleshy. Oh, God. Oh, why it has a spoiler over it? I don't know if I'm comfortable with this. Down to the dry brushing going the wrong way. Dry brushing going the wrong way. Like up instead of down? I mean, it looks like it came out nice. You got a good silver with, you know, dark recesses. That's your basic metallic play. You actually, oh God, 8-bit. I want to say things. I want to say things, but I know that I'm just feeding the beast if I do. Sadly, the people who like it have the same level of knowledge as the writers, directors, actors involved. Yeah. Sexy blue lady. I always thought that the Cortana being sexy was just like a weird subsection of the fan base. Yeah. Machine God, did I just see you get some things hosted on hardware? Did I see that? Am I hallucinating, or did that happen? Went sideways instead of down. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, you definitely wanna come down. Not all the time. You can use dry brushing to do a lot of different things. God, more than ever making me think I should just do some demonstration videos on some of those basic techniques, because that would be really easy for me to just go, hey, Shiny Mew, watch this video on how to dry brush. Maybe I should get off my ass and actually record some things. Maybe I'll just talk about it for the rest of my life and literally never record anything. Maybe that's what's going to happen. How you doing, Lethal Shadow Gaming? Welcome in. Let's look at this fucking thing. Not all void creatures are animals. Especially Mr. Fleshy. Wait, what? Mr. Fleshy is a melted flesh creature, similar to Visceroids, but having intelligence since it's one of a kind that can possess any type of vehicle. Also, it can transfer itself into another vehicle when the previous one is fucked up beyond all recognition. It's just it's a horrid fleshy mass that can possess vehicles, in this case a mobile suit. It's like some horrible combination of William Birkin from Resident Evil 2 and like Ghost Rider. Why couldn't there have been just one slime somewhere in here to really kind of take the edge off? It's an infested Terran Marine. It doesn't kind of have that look, doesn't it? Complete with the blade coming over the shoulder?
I am wretched, but I am strong. I am the future. I am Zerg. For the swarm.
Oh man, those are some classics. You know what? This is all horrifying, but I would like everyone to direct their gaze down here to this adorable right foot. Oh my god. Look at it. He's got like a couple little derpy eyes. It has one adorable little horn, and then it has like this funny little mouth toe thing. It's like, this foot is cute. This is okay. I'm fine with this. The rest of this, but this guy's okay. We can hang out. I can get to know this guy. Nice work, Monfeek. Oh my god, here we have from Avash, completed Canadian Infantry Division. Oh my god, look at them, they're all so polite. That's the whole joke, Canadians are polite. I couldn't think of literally anything else. There's so many jokes I could do that have to do with Canada, but I'm a talentless hack, so I go with the most obvious one that doesn't even make sense. Yeah. Crystal arm is similar to the... Oh, of course, it has a laser arm. Because why the hell wouldn't it? It just seems to make sense. Oh man, you've been really cranking through these bad boys. You know what I'd love? You know what I'd love, Avash, is just break them down into squads and do some individual pictures that way. I'd love to get a closer look at what we're dealing with our Canadians. Really, really nice work on them. Here we have from Pun Expected. Finally got what I needed to properly make this Chroma Shift oil paint. I was about to make 8 milliliters of it and plan to use it for some gemstones. A shame the stuff cost $3,750 a kilogram. How much do you need to make 8 milliliters of paint? Okay. That number sounds scary. But a kilogram is a decent amount of weight. And if we're dealing with a pigment, you don't need that much of it to then mix into paint of which you're not going to use much. So I feel like that number is intentionally inflated for shock effect, for shock value. I feel like Pun Expected, he's a bit of a shock jock, you know? He's kind of right in your face. He's blowing things out of proportion. That's more expensive than Coke. Well, that could work on a few levels, Lethal Shadows. What's the oil paint making Discord? Actually, what's the name of the Discord? There's an Artist Guild Discord with a lot of oil painters and a lot of people talk about that over there. Look at that. Look at that big old smear of oil paint. I haven't used any color shift paints. I haven't used color shift oil paints. I haven't used color shift acrylic paints. They've never really jumped out at me as something that I wanted to use, but so many people are using them. I have to admit to a certain curiosity. It is a good song. I'm glad you agreed. I mean, judging from the two angles from which we get a distinct color shifting, I'm going to say mission accomplished. I'm going to question how worth it is, Pun Expected. And I'd like to hear a number on like how much you actually spent for the materials to make this much paint, because that seems like a more relevant number, Pun Expected. Here we have from Gear Falcon, my Black Templar Dreadnought. I finished this guy almost all dry brush due to my airbrush going out. Nothing wrong with dry brush. I mean, shit. This is a good testament to just how effective dry brushing can be. Look at this bad boy. That works real well, particularly for being Black Templar, so having almost all black armor. I really like this. I'm assuming we did some water slide decal work for our logos here and for the Black Templar's cross, but this yellow-white, this warm off-white is super duper effective. This is really, really well done. I like that a lot. This is what sells it as Black Templar to me, because that's what I remember Black Templar as being, is all black armor, and then that sort of like parchment white shoulder panel with the cross on it. Yeah, I wouldn't think a lot of it, Data Nerd, but I'm admittedly curious. Brown with white over it. Hey, simple and effective. Keep it simple, stupid. Hurts my feelings every time, but makes perfect sense. Really nice work, Gear Falcon, for being so simple too. That's like just a great way to put a model on the table without spending too much time on it. I like how you've kind of focused the highlights in a few areas. I think the fist kind of popping out with having more brighter colors on it works really nicely. All the corners pop out. What brush did you use for this, out of curiosity, Gear Falcon? Are you doing the makeup brush approach? Because in my opinion, that's the way to go. Here we have from Nocturnal Minis. Oh my god. This is Andrastandus Mastamast. What's her name? I've seen like 4 people paint this figure and I still can't remember her name. Indrasta? Am I just thinking of pasta? And that's why I'm making her name sound like that. Is that it? A makeup brush? Yeah, that makes sense. That's why you got those kind of nice, smooth, and not too chalky. Oh, you stole it from your sister? I'm sure she'll be glad to have it back, now that you're done with it. Mind the acrylic. Damn it, somebody tell me what this model's name is. I know that it's something like that. Matt Yee did one of these recently that came out nice. I like what you did with the armor. I think that the gold and the red in here does a real good job of balancing out the wings. I've seen a lot of paint jobs on this where the wings kind of, I don't know, blend in with the main model, but this came out nice. Metallic black armor with the blood red accent. I like the kind of coppery look that you have on the halo up here. Very slick. Her name is Cortana. Yeah, she's the one who hangs out and, like, watches Master Chief bang all the female Marines, right? That sounds right. I've played all the Halo games. I really like this coppery red. This is really cool. I mean, it combines well with black. Black and red are a classic color combination. It's kind of hard to go wrong with them. But this real coppery metallic is interesting. It's visually very appealing. Her sword can do some bullshit. I mean, her wings can do some bullshit. I mean, like, this is just complete bullshit. Everything here. Except the paint job. The paint job's nice. The lady's probably bullshit. Really, really nice work, Nocturnal. I'm telling you, I dig this coppery red. That came out wonderfully. Here we have from Chewy. My D&D party is kicking off a very tough battle in our next session with this guy as the centerpiece, focused on an intimidating presence with aggressive colors in just over 4 hours of paint time. Feedback and criticism absolutely welcome for help on the next one. This is like Chewy. I would use this as an example of how to do simple painting well. There's nothing complicated going on here. This looked more complicated before I clicked on the thumbnail than it looks now. Now that I'm looking close and I'm seeing what you did, I am just like, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled because you kept it simple and you made smart choices. Differentiating that sort of deep black with the bright contrast highlight on the tip of the spikes on top of the red armor. The red is essentially a single color with a slightly orangish highlight on it that really works well to make it look kind of like leather. And then the spikes add a lot of interest to it. Simple work on the horns. Really, really simple NMM work on the bands, like big chunky splotches of color, but you chose your colors well. I love the rust work on the axe. That's great. That's really, really nice. Again, very simple non-metallic metal on the upper and lower parts of the axe. If you look real close, is it going to win a golden demon? No. Is it going to look fucking awesome at average viewing distance? Hell yeah. This is a great looking model. This embarrasses me that I spend as much time as I do to get lesser effects sometimes. I feel like I go through these cycles though. And I think other painters, I hope other painters can probably sympathize with me on this, where like sometimes you do a paint job and you're like, whatever, I don't fucking care. Get it away from me. And people go, this is the most amazing thing you've ever painted. This looks fantastic. And you're like, oh, maybe I should try on something. And you spend like 8 hours painting a single model. Spend like 30 hours on a model and it just comes out looking like a muddled mess. Like, this is the story of my life. This is one of the reasons, you guys, that I love the Storm Report, that I love sharing with you guys, and I love having you guys share with me, because I think that we all need to hear that from time to time. We all need honest eyes on our paint work to tell, because you stare at a model for hours and you lose track of what the hell you were even trying to do in the first place. This fucking works. This works real well. I feel like put a gun to my head and tell me I have to criticize this, I would say it's a little odd the way the rust/dried blood doesn't continue onto the metal, like, findings on the haft. Feels like it just sort of ends all of a sudden. Or maybe this is an effect that I'm not quite grasping. It looks to me like it's meant to be rust or dried blood. And I feel like it's missing from right here, which makes it look a little odd, but that's literally the only thing I can find on this model to criticize. Short of, like, well, you could use more advanced painting techniques to, but that completely defeats the purpose of this. Completely. Gorgeous looking figure. It's gonna look like, that's what I'm saying, like right here on my screen, it's about the size that it would be if it were like in person and I was playing with it on the table. It looks fucking amazing. It looks fucking amazing. Great job. Oh my god, excuse me. Here we have from Machine God Ur, which, by the way, wonderful to see you in chat, my friend. Wonderful to see you posting. So I haven't posted here in several evers. It's true, so here we go. 2 of my latest releases, the Pit Viper and the 4. And yes, the open doors on the low do print. Also, I got my girlfriend into Battletech, and she wants me to paint up a lance of mechs for her in pink, black, and white metallics. She says it's her big titty goth merc lance. Oh my. Oh my. So expect to see me posting some of those at some point. So first up, this is our Pit Viper, which, ooh, I wonder what that's supposed to be. Your style has refined so much, and I love the renders that you do. Also, always really, really great, believable leg poses on the clan mechs, which you do so many of. I like the kind of classic spindly. A lot of the more modern redesigns of this style of clan arm have wound up chunking them up and adding a bunch of armor plates. I really like these more classic kind of spindly tube arms that they had, and then they have the double jointed style arm. They tend to pair them up so much. And let's have a look at the I have no idea how to pronounce that word. It's just none whatsoever. I saw this guy on Facebook, and yeah, all the little missile doors. Oh my god, you're a madman. An absolute madman doing all those missile doors. Oh, it's the Lemmer. Yeah, that one. The open doors do... See, okay, I had to go back and read that, because I was saying, like, is he saying that the doors work? Like, you can open them on the model? No. I was like, because that doesn't seem to make any sense how small this would be. But it's you can print it with the doors open. Oh, okay, that makes infinitely more sense. Toby and Lord. Damn nice work on these. Good mechanical work, too. Making the joints make sense mechanically and still allow for good posing is very tricky on a lot of these mechs. I think it's easier on clan mechs, because clan mechs are more structurally sound than a lot of the original Inner Sphere stuff. But you've done a great job on the Machine God. And thank you for sharing your work with us, dude. I always love seeing what you've been doing. And it's good to see you in chat, dude. Here we have from the Toby and Lord, Piece 2. From my newest collection. So far, this one was my favorite out of the 3. Still finishing the last part. I want to save it for stream. You have a really great, unique art style, Toby and Lord. Like, it's one of the compliments that I think when I give it means the most. Whether it means the most to you, that's entirely up to you. But one of the most heartfelt compliments I can give to an artist is, if I saw another piece similar to this isn't, no, that sentence doesn't work very well. You have a style that I feel like I could identify if I didn't know it was you. If I saw one of these pieces and nobody told me who it was, I would say, that looks like the Toby and Lord did it. And they'd look at me and go, who the fuck is the That is the weirdest name. Who the hell is the Toby and Lord? Does that have something to do with cats? I'd be like, he's this fucking cool guy. He does art. Whatever. You should check out his work. He's really great. Damn, that tail is thick as shit. I like the sort of plumpness that it has to it. It's a real interesting piece of work. And you definitely have a like for the sort of single horn sticking out. Looks like he has 2, but the one is in front of the hairline. Very, very unique style. Good posing on it. Good depth. I like the posture that he's in. Very, very cool work, Toe. I'm glad you're back on the horse. I'm glad you're working. I'm glad you're liking what you're making. That is just so fucking important. I agree, Rio. More, please. I would love to see what you do next. And I'm gonna have to pop into that our stream, see if I can't find you finishing that one off. Here we have from Lore Friendly. Status update on the army. Have made some changes to the planned list. Which is the nice side benefit of cutting down what I need painted, which is good because this month was a slower one. That said, just need to black line and base. That'll be 41 of 77. And yes, I'll give the full army photo when they're done. I mean, you know me by now. You know that's what I want. This is gonna look so great as a whole army. How many more times can I compliment this? How many more times can I compliment this before it becomes just like saccharine and annoying? I love this paint scheme. It's not complicated. It doesn't need to be. And I admire paint schemes like this because it is one of my weaknesses that in my head, I overcomplicate paint schemes a lot of the time. And sometimes I wish that I could look at my models and I could see something as simple, as clear, as effective as this. I admire this army. I absolutely do. Just wonderful. Just wonderful, Lore Friendly. I can't wait to see the whole thing finished. It is exciting that you have not only developed the scheme, you've kept working on it this long, you've done this many models, and that you're this devoted to getting it done. I want to see the whole army keep going. Here we have from Nocturnal Miniatures, finished up the Avatara today, based and ready for war. So many good bone colors worked in there. I really like your use of these incongruous pinks and teals, these sort of, I'll almost call them Easter pastel colors, is kind of what they make me think of, which maybe is why they go so well with the bone white. Am I just thinking of Easter eggs? Is that what my brain is doing? I can't really say. But it works well with the gaudy nature of the spires and the Avatara in particular. The concept of the Avatara is by itself just such a, like, ugh. It's so weird. Like with their powdered wigs and the curls and shit, they're so strange. Oh yeah, I can see that. Got some bloody bone blades going on there. Good job on the basing as well. Added a lot of interest down there. I almost want more of the pink. You've been very restrained with where the pink shows up on them. I think it's great though. Really nice work, Nocturnal. Here we have from Gear Falcon. Oh my god. Original milk caps and an AFES 5-cent gift certificate. If you were deployed, you know what these are. Good old AFES. They're the source of literally everything. Yeah, I didn't have any of the actual, came with a milk carton cap when I played Pogs, but they made Pogs that were intentionally like the old milk caps with the thumb tab punch out and everything. And I did have some of those. I guess it's possible I had some milk caps because I did get somebody else's collection that had some of those in it, but if they were, I was not aware of it. These are pretty cool, actually. Red Rock Dairy Farm. Kauai, Hawaii. Dan's Dairy, San Jacinto. That's pretty neat. That you still have these. Win $1,000! Something tells me that's not good anymore. This is pretty cool, though. I don't even have my... Oh, man. My family was not big on saving stuff. They always sort of encouraged me to cycle through my stuff after a certain period of time and sort of, out with the old, in with the new. And as I've gotten older and as I've grown up, I've wished that wasn't the case. I'm not like them in that way. I like to hold on to things, and there were so many cool things I had that I just kind of got rid of at one point or another, and man, I wish I still had my Pogs. Really, really cool collection, Gear Falcon. Here we have from Merlin Models, Raven Guard, Tactical Line Veteran Sergeant Corvemus de Raal. Probably not pronouncing that right. In the Horus Heresy event, there was a paint-and-take stall for the new Mark 6 Beaky Marines. The new
Mark 6 Beaky Marines. I managed to get one myself right near the end of the event at Take It Home. I've been racing to get this finished before Games Workshop do their Raven Guard tutorial. That'll show them. The Horus Heresy color scheme for Raven Guard is a lot less blue in the highlights of the black armor than in 40k, so I had to adjust my ideas of how to make the model look like they definitely are a son of Corvus. I checked the sources and gave the model tactical line unit icons on the knee and right pauldron, the Legion symbol on the right pauldron, and a veteran sergeant white beak on the helmet. These are, the Raven Guard old color scheme arguably made best use of the actual Beaky Marine as far as using the beak as kind of a rank insignifier. Insignia. Good, clever use of basing materials. Rusty barbed wire. Khonshu is hanging out over here, and then there's some dead guy. Subtle, simple color. Oh, this is that piece. That's a bit of sprue, you crazy person. This is a resin,
Here
like,
at Thunderhead
sprue
Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
That's what you get. I like this. This takes me back. I'll be the first to admit, this is the closest GW has gotten to, like, dragging me back in. These older, not quite Godwin Diaz, but sort of original pattern bolters with the long sickle mags and the long barrels sticking out, because these are the sort of a fresh take on the old style of bolter that the Marines used to have. Mark 6 Corvus armor is still some of my favorite. New sculpts of it with nice defined rivets on the shoulder pad, like... This was my 40k. This was the peak of and the height of my 40k was collecting beakies to make full forces of Mark 6 armor. And I love it. I love it. Wonderful looking Raven Guard. Really nicely done, Merlin. Here we have from Severe. Started working on a commission for a Strategos for the Old Dominion. Coming along well, I think. I was never really a fan of Stratego. You know, I'm more into Risk. This came out nice, though. That is a good combination of colors. I like how you've done the kind of... Like, it's purple. It's a nice rich purple, but it's also a little desaturated, a little faded. It reminds me of, like, threadbare velvet right here. I think that's an effect that if you really wanted to push it, you could do it in more spots, but I think that leaving it desaturated where it's sort of over his arm, really worn down, particularly with how many, like, little cuts and divots there are in the fabric, what with it being Old Dominion and all. Everything's a little old, a little rotten, particularly the man inside. I never really noticed that he had like a snake staff, but that's pretty cool. Still the purple against the yellow, super effective paint scheme and really nicely done. I'm so glad that Conquest is doing well. I'm glad that so many people are picking up. I'm glad that so many people are able to do commissions for it, because man, we need more companies. We need more companies in this fucking game. You know what I want? Fuck it. You know what I want, chat? Parabellum, are you listening? Obviously, the creative staff of Parabellum is in chat right now. Do a sci-fi game. I know, you're only a couple years into your flagship fantasy game, Parabellum. Do a sci-fi game. I want to see what weird shit you crazy Greek bastards would do with a sci-fi war game. That's what I want. Oh my god. Here we have from Automat Americana. Thing! I'm gonna caution you, Automat. I'm gonna caution you against these. I don't know how big this is, but I don't like these. I think they look cool in a render. I don't want to paint them. I don't want to paint these. I don't want to paint 6 panels on the front. I want to paint 2. That's just the painter in me talking. You can take that or leave it. That's just my thinking on it. That's just my thinking. But it's a nice thing, and it seems to be coming along well. Here we have from the Amish Stig. Still have some small detail cleanup to do, but the biggest chunk of my fabulous Marines project is assembled. Last minute switch to the rig. Having dually rear wheels made the proportions a bit silly, but orky things don't need to make sense. No, they don't, not even in canon. I'm a super happy, oh my god, I can't even read, with this, given that the cab started life as a dump truck. The spoiler was originally the leading edge of the bed, and the trailer was extended by 50%. Originally designed in 2 blocks. There was nothing a couple of occlusion boxes in the slicer and some print 2 copies of this couldn't fix. The hitch is even magnetized for easy positioning and quick removal. I find it very hard to be happier with this print. Worst of it being on the underside. My own fault for not having the support Z distance set as a multiple of the layer height. That is an easy mistake to make, to be fair. Wet sanding with my diamond files worked wonders for smoothing off droopy bridges and wet filament gaps in the skin. 100% recommend if you're not doing that trick already. Wet filament? Not sure what type of gap you're referring to. I'm sure if I saw it, I would know it. Fiddling with the retraction settings did away with most of the stringing seen in previous Storm Report, but as always, I'm open to change this in your slicer suggestions. Wet sanding makes sense. Why would you need the wet sand filament, though? This is just like a trick that I'm unaware of, I suppose? Little under extrusion gaps that start showing up when the filament sucks up too much moisture. I think I need to see a picture. Like, I'm sure I know what it looks like. I probably just don't know what it's called. Well, I'll say, for a print, it's looking pretty damn nice. I like how the face on the front of the Orky rig is kind of peeking up over the cab. That's a nice touch. Nice and ironically clean, given what it is. Be interesting to see the rest of this come together, and yeah, it looks very natural for you doing as much modification as you did in the slicer. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It sounds more like blockage. I don't have problems with I've always heard people having problems with moist filament. I've only ever lived in Colorado while I've owned a 3D printer, and it's dry as a fucking bone up here year round, so it's just not a problem that I've really had. I'm gonna have to look up what this looks like to see if maybe I've had it and haven't realized it, but it's not one that I have regularly. Nice looking print though, Amish Stig. And I definitely look forward to seeing that project continue to come together. Here we have from Gimmish Car. Found my old concept art sketchbook, gonna have to go through and finish a lot of the pieces up that feel incomplete eventually. I think the helmet/gas mask on this guy was my favorite part of this piece. That is pretty neat. I like that. I like the little forward swept point here. It's sort of like an aggressive lizard version of an old Corinthian or Greek helm, with the way that it fits just sort of straight over the top with the open back of the neck and the forward swept cheek plates. So much detail in the chainmail. I like the sort of buckled over armor with the single breast and the toggles. That's a nice touch in what I'm assuming is like a banded leather. Very cool. Neat glaive, too. I like that. It has kind of a Chinese look to it with the little weights in the back of the blade and the kind of swept out pommel. I love Corinthian. Yeah, it definitely it speaks to me of a Corinthian style helm, particularly with the crest. So I'm picking up what you're laying down. Also, I appreciate the inclusion of roundels. I feel like you very rarely see this in a lot of fantasy armor, but I cannot even begin to explain how incredibly protective and helpful roundels actually are. Just the moment that you wear armor with pauldrons and you go to lift your arms, you suddenly understand exactly how fucking vulnerable you are right here, and just having a little disc of metal hanging there goes such a long way. Very cool. Very, very cool, Gimmish Car. I love seeing all your concept artwork. Was a bit of an armor buff at one point, and I can understand that inclination. Here we have from Semi-Serious Nerd. Here's a rough start to the base of the Demogorgon. I'm curious what's going to happen to these plants. Like, yeah, rough start. We're in the very, very beginning here. I imagine... Are we going to paint these plants? They're plastic. It looks like we already have a little bit of paint on the rocks. On our rock pieces here, so I'm not sure if we're going to paint these plants. But I feel like something to take the shine off them Otherwise, I feel like the plasticiness might detract from the look of the Demogorgon, but again, this is a rough start. This is the beginning of the basing, so I have no idea what you have left to do here. It's just based on what I know of Semi-Serious Nerds' work. Man, that's gonna be fucking intense. That Demogorgon is so nuts. It's so nuts, Semi-Serious. Just, oh my god. The musculature work on it alone. Here we have from POV42. Working on some freehand lightning for this Wabi Atlas. Honestly, not as hard as I thought it would be. It really, no. It's one of those things where once you kind of get into the flow of it, it goes pretty easily. Like, I could definitely do it better with more practice and planning, but this whole unit has been a palate cleanser. Fuck it, just go for it kind of vibe. Make every model. Guys, people, painters, streamers, chatters, countrymen. Make every model a fuck it, just go for it model. I know I don't do that enough myself, and it's like hypocritical of me to stand here and say do that, but I'm trying. I'm trying real hard. I've been trying for the last year and succeeding only marginally, and my best work has almost always been when I just say fuck it, and I just fucking go for it. Let's make every model a fuck it, go for it model. Pretty rewarding. I would say so too. I've been digging all the lightning bolts, and yeah, they're really not that bad. Like, yeah, the more you do, the better an idea of it you get. You can kind of improve it as you go, but just the act of putting a lightning bolt, particularly a stylized one that's meant to be painted on anyway, you just kind of get in the mode, do a couple of them, and then they just sort of flow. They just sort of flow. You can say, I think that those are the best ones, Drakari. Armies should be, fuck it, just go for it. Armies you can be really, really free with. As long as you're doing roughly the same thing, every time. But you can try wacky things with them, there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, sometimes when you say, fuck it, just go for it, and you do something cool and unique like this lightning bolt, then simply the act of doing that across the entire army is what unifies them into a force. Now, okay. You will know. You as a painter will know when a model shouldn't be fuck it, just go for it. But I'm gonna bet that most of the time, you'd be better off just going for it. Just go for it. What's the worst thing that can happen? The worst thing that can happen is you gotta repaint the model a little bit. Oh no. Oh shucks. Oh, how put upon we are. Here we have from Vergaderung. Strip 2, a game of armored combat boxes that were my early contrast paint jobs. Wasn't sure if I'd be able to recover them since the white spray was very tough, but I tried a non-acetone nail polish remover. It came out pretty good with very little work. The rescue cats got their feet modified to fit on the jump jet trails I sculpted. Eventually going to be given to the Kestrel Grenadiers. These are so neat. Eventually every catapult that Verg owns is going to be jumping, and it's going to look just goofy as shit. Like, oh, they're all flying through the air. There's literally no standing catapult to weigh them against. These came out great, though. I love your SRM6s. It's such a unique and interesting design that reminds me of, remember that game Chrome Hounds? This is how the missile launchers, and in fact a lot of the weapon modules assembled in Chrome Hounds. In fact, was that your inspiration, Vergaderung? It might have been. For two modules, it can look cool. You could make some goofy fucking looking mechs in Chrome Hounds, though, by just linking. Like, you could make a whole halo of weapons going over the top and connecting. If they're all jumping, you can't hit them with Earthquake. That's an important note. It's a very important note. Really nice work on those, Verg. I continue to love this smoke resin that you've been using. Damn. Damn, bro. Here we have from Gimmishgard. I'm gonna die. Oh, my voice is right on the edge. Just wanted to get what I've done of the crab mech in. Work in progress, not sure how far. I want to take it. He's ripping the burger mech apart. Thank you, Vergaderung. Thank you very much. He got the burger mech. That pinching son of a bitch. He got him. He's also got numerous 6s for the texturing on his claws, making him the crab of the beast. This is insane. I like the kind of spindly, numerous leg design you have. What is going on here? Is this like some kind of horrid extending proboscis? It's like jamming into the burger mech? Is there a face on there? Are these like, oh my god, what? It's the last of it, O'Coral. Thank God we're close to the end. The burger mech is trying to, oh, he's shooting. The burger mech is firing down into the crab mech, desperately trying to hold on to life as he's ripped apart by giant crab claws. What? It's so morbid. It's so dark. How can something so silly also be so dark? In many ways, it's a metaphor for the human condition. Aren't we all, in some ways, are we not all both crab mech and burger mech? We must consume to live, but we fight. We rage against the dying of the light. We fight for our lives up until the last moment. Even as our burgery mechanoid bits and our sesame seed bun are rent asunder by the cruel claws of fate. The fuck am I talking about? Cyborg Stare, it's good to see you, man. Welcome in. We're right at the end of the storm report, and accordingly, the end of the stream. Yeah. Some days you get the crab mech, some days the crab mech gets you, and couldn't have come sooner, because my voice is, this week has been a little rough on me in that department. Then I sit here and I ramble for hours like a fuck. I should do like voice exercises or something. I guess people do those for a reason. Whoa. Cyborg Stare, bad luck, good luck. Your bad luck is still a bit of my good luck, because I love seeing you in chat, man. How you doing? How's stuff? How's life? How's tricks? Let me figure out who we're gonna raid here, for God's sake. Oh, Kaylee Larson looks like she's going. Let me see. Just got home to relax for the day. Well, you won't have to do it with me nattering at you at the very least. I can give you that much. Oh, Coral streaming some Star Wars Galaxies. Commander Mittens is going. Kaylee Larson is going. Let me see what Commander Mittens is doing. I love raiding over to Commander Mittens. She's one of my favorite painters. She's only been going for a little while, so why don't we go ahead and get started heading over there. Boom. Get that started, folks. We are gonna be back. This Saturday, May the 28th, is gonna be our monthly Discord movie night. If you'd like to hang out, we're gonna be watching Mythica 3 and 4, which is not technically finishing out the series because we still have Mythica 5 to go. If you missed the first two Mythica movies, don't worry about it, because they're not really, like, they're fairly generic, and it's only in Mythica 3 and 4 that they really start doing, like, unique, crazy, and interesting things, and the story kind of gets off the ground. But it is a fun, independent fantasy series made with Kickstarter money. I want to say starring Matt Mercer. It's not really. Matt Mercer plays an insane warlock necromancer in it, and he's fucking hilarious. And it is so worth checking out. Those movies get better as they go. Sunday the 29th, we're going to be back. I'm going to be working on some more Forge Fathers because I'm really trying to get these fucking things done. Probably around 5 p.m. Our usual stream start time is what I'm going to aim for Gadarung. We're going to be taking a stream break as of next week. About 2 weeks, we're not going to have any streams. I will post more precise times on the Discord. If there are any changes to that, if we wind up doing some in the interim, I'll make sure I let you guys know well ahead of time. I will be on the Discord. I will be on social media throughout that time. I'm about to run out of time. Thank you guys so much. I'll see you next time. Keep on painting.